going? Dealing with puppy syndrome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's the breed of your puppy?
Ridgeback.
Ridgeback. Oh, those are beautiful dogs,
Yeah.
man. Oh,
Yeah, and I've got a 2-year-old Ridgeback as well. So they play very rough. And my house unfortunately has turned into a war zone.
yeah, I bet, man. I was just playing with
Oh,
my neighbor's puppy just a couple days ago, and man, do those things have sharp teeth.
yeah, and so my older Ridgeback is such a sweet dog.
Yeah.
Very gentle. But he doesn't know how to bite. So I had to
Oh,
teach her how
okay.
to bite. So he bites really hard. So like they'll be playing, and every once in a while you hear like a howl of pain from her, and then just like yelps from him because
Yeah,
like she'll
yeah.
turn around and bite him properly.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
it's part of the socialization, I guess.
Well, this one, this one's at that stage where it doesn't really know what play is. So if it gloms onto your finger with its sharp little teeth, it'll just tug on it like it's any old toy.
Oh,
Yeah.
but yeah, so I lost a very nice set of headphones
Oh,
last
yeah.
night. He's chewed apart a pair of hiking boots.
Oh,
Uh,
shit.
he almost got through. He got through my computer network cable.
Oh,
Uh, and he's just a little fucking terrorist. But he's so cute. So,
yeah. It's hard to stay mad at them as much of a terrorist as they are. They give you
Could have
yeah.
those.
been worse. Could have got a cat.
Oh my, yeah. Cats are really bad for that too. They get chewing wires and shit.
Yeah, but cats. At least they piss in a box. Like I
Yeah, they're
hate
they're
puppies
super
being a
clean,
dog.
right?
I've been up like every 3-4 hours each night, just taking this dog out for a pee because that's the only time I know. It's like he'll get up and like want to play with the bigger dogs, and like I have to like wake up and put on everything, suit up, and go outside into the cold, sit there for like 5 minutes while he decides to pee or poo, and then just repeat every 3-4 hours.
Why don't you teach it to
Not like
use the toilet?
motivating children.
How young is the dog?
Mm. No, but I think the only way to train puppies is to take them outside each time they need a pee. And generally, they need a pee or poo when they wake up.
Yeah, you should start teaching them to use the toilet. As long as it's a decent sized dog, like nothing like large, right? And at the 1 to 2 stage, you can start teaching them toilet habits.
Yeah, no, he's only 10 weeks.
Yeah, he's still got a minute.
Talking about the monster?
Yes, the beast that chewed up my headphones. But he's very cute. I'll see if I can post some videos later if my connection is willing.
All right,
Welcome, guys.
I'll also give us some updates. I'm posting this in the main YouTube channel poll section. Is abortion moral? So I'll give an update as we're going through this conversation of how that's doing, but I'm about to post right now. It's also inviting people to come over and join. Just a quick announcement for anyone that comes across this. April 9th, that is this next Friday, Michio Kaku will be coming on the Pangburn podcast. This will be on the main Pangburn channel, so youtube.com/Pangburn. I will be having a conversation with Dr. Kaku about his new book, The God Equation, and delving into some different topics. We'll definitely, inevitably on this topic, we're going to be talking a lot about string theory. So and he just sent me his PDF of the new book because I haven't got the hard copy yet, so I'm going to be power reading through it, pulling some information from the book to discuss. And later on that afternoon at 5 p.m. Pacific time, he will be coming into the Penguin Discord to engage in a Q&A, which is very exciting. If you don't know who Michio Kaku is, go out, take a look. You'll recognize him from Big Think a lot, and a History Channel. You'll see him. He's made a lot of appearances when talking about future technology and things like this. So do
I think he's the professor at New York University too.
Right.
Physics professor.
Yes. So do check him out. He's a brilliant mathematician. There's not many mathematicians that reach the level of notoriety that Michio Kaku has. So do check him out. But yeah, if you want to engage in the Q&A, you got to first join our Discord. You'll see the Discord invite link in the description of this video. So become a Discord subscriber. After that, you have to become a website Pangburn subscriber if you want to get access. This is an exclusive thing, the Q&As, but I suggest giving it a try. Give Pangburn a shot, becoming a website subscriber. We're going to be bringing in people like Dr. Kaku once a month. So, but if you go to pang-burn.com/subscription, that'll give you kind of the whole rundown. Now, after that, I'm hitting post on this daily poll question. Yeah, there we go. I'll see how this goes. I'm sure it's gonna start some interesting conversation. But the floor is yours. Deniability.
Cool. I was just looking for the chat. I see it's called the Pangburn Hangout now. Confusing me more. I'm old. You can't do this to me. Okay.
Yeah. So, are you talking about on YouTube or?
No, on Discord, the live Pangburn philosopher channel.
Oh, yeah. There's
changed to Pangburn Hangout.
Yeah, I probably should label that Pangburn Hangout. We can change that.
Oh wait, no, we're still on the live. There we go. Okay, cool.
Oh, live Pangburn philosopher. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So welcome, guys. We're talking abortion. Mostly because I needed to jackknife a cool topic out of nowhere, because I didn't want to do a plausible devil's advocate without a headset. So let's set it up a bit. We can either go the political route or the moral route. I think it's worthwhile sticking to one or the other, because they do conflate them as quite substantially, I'd say. So let's maybe start with where everyone's feeling on a moral perspective, because I understand the political perspective is a tad bit more complicated. Grim, any thoughts?
I'm sorry.
On the morality of abortion?
So I'm one of those weird atheists that is basically pro-life. I think Hitchens put it best, where all life needs to be given a chance, and the only time I am pro-choice is when it threatens the host, as far as basically death. If you have a bunch of doctors that get together, and or you've got multiple opinions, or even a single opinion, and basically says, listen, if you give birth, it's a good chance that you're going to die, or the baby could die, things like that, then I think that's up to the mother's decision. Other than that, I think that as a humanist, like, all human life needs to be given a chance. You'd be surprised some of the amazing people in life that maybe have inspired you through art and culture, that were born under not such ideal circumstances.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree with that statement, and I think while it was a difficult position to hold maybe 20, 30 years ago, I think with the current level of technological advancements, I think it's a worthwhile position to hold. But Rouge, I think this would be incredibly boring if it was just a bunch of men opining about women's rights. I know I slipped that in there, but how do you feel about abortion rights? Pretty on a moral level. We're not putting out policy yet.
Yeah, no, understandably. Well, first off, I disagree with the fact that a bunch of men talking about abortion might be boring, and that they're, equal parent rights, the way I see it. And I appreciate the shout out you made to try and have women discuss the issue, but I think it's just as much a men's rights issue as well as potential fathers. So that's one side of it. The other side is the way I see it, the pro-life, pro-choice camps don't tend to argue the same points, and I agree with aspects on both the sides. And I just don't know how to approach this without, uh, including the political aspect of it, because much as personally I believe that you don't get to choose whether a fetus is a life or not based on whether you want it or not. I still wouldn't want to legislate anything that would prevent that choice, even though I disagree with it, even though I wouldn't agree with you know uh, aborting due to anything other than life-threatening circumstances. I don't think it
So
should be legislated in that way.
uh, I the reason I like to separate this topic between to moral and political spheres is because the political sphere becomes very murky with propaganda and the the way legislation's phrased and what its actual outcomes tend to be. And it's not clear that there's an easy way of legislating this topic, but I think it's important to start off from the moral perspective because ultimately the moral perspective should guide where your policy thinking goes if you are to be a consistent person. And I think to be morally consistent is the highest call of any human being. So when you're talking about it on a moral level, you're talking, it brings up issues of, when is it a human life? When isn't it a human life? What's the scientific findings for that? Like, what are the concepts around like potential for life? There's all that interesting stuff to have a conversation around there. And then when you get to the political sphere, what complicates it further is we're talking about children's rights, we're talking about parental rights, we're talking about men's rights, as you put it, and we're talking about women's rights. And it's a necessarily more complicated conversation when you're looking at all those intersections of potential harm and what the best net outcome is for society. So um, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're confused about how you want to legislate, but you seem to be with Grimm's sort of statement that it's not morally correct unless the mother's life is at risk. Is that more or less accurate there?
And
Yeah, yeah,
that's what I said. Yeah.
yeah,
So,
exactly. And
Okay.
the yeah, and okay, if we do stick to the moral argument only, then the strongest position that I can have on this is um, consistency. If we're gonna talk about a loss of uh, if we're gonna talk about miscarriage being a loss within a specific term of the pregnancy, and at that same term have abortion not be considered the loss of a life, then there's something wrong is happening.
it's the hard bit. So the other side is like if I had to play devil's advocate, right? The other hard bit that's hard to wrestle with.
Well, hold on, Jim. Before you jet on there, I
Okay.
just want to get Bobby and Dr. Doolittle in here. Maybe they
Oh, yeah, for
they
sure.
disagree with the moral statements there. Dr. Doolittle, Bobby.
I have a hard time disagreeing with the moral obligation to protect life. In the case of a mother and a child, I think there's a duty there to protect the child, and maybe the moral decision comes at the point of deciding whether or not to engage in promiscuous behavior that could result in a child that you aren't in a situation to want. So maybe maybe that's where the morality has to take place. But I think it might also be useful to talk about where do you define where the life starts. I haven't found a lot of people that would disagree with protecting life, but I have found a lot of people that disagree with the opinion that a baby in the womb is life, or counts as its own individual human being.
I think that's like where most disagreement like varies on the subject. From all like there's people from like conception to like a couple weeks in to like 4 to 5 weeks in to 26 weeks where neurons start developing to some crazy people all the way up to the third trimester if there's genetic evidence of deformity of some sort. And then some even without that, resting it entirely on the mother's choice. So I think that's where the most disagreement is. But welcome, Zombie. We're just discussing opening thoughts and remarks. We're looking purely at the moral aspect of abortion rights. What's your take off the bat there?
I do believe it's a personal choice, and I have history with that, just within my family system of losing someone that as a result of an abortion when it was not legal. So she performed it on herself. It was my great grandmother, and with a curtain rod. So this was during the Great Depression, and she couldn't feed the other 4 children that she had with her husband. And I don't know whether he knew about it or not. But my grandfather was 9 months old. So he grew up without a mother as a result of, you know, a abortion that was performed in home without any medical professional. I don't know if she would have, I'm assuming she would have lived if a doctor had performed it, but don't know. I also am kind of mixed because uh, I found letters years ago between my grandfather and my dad and mom to abort me. So the whole when life starts to me is when the fetus is viable outside of the womb. And I think that a woman, based on her individual life, needs to be able to make that choice. I know personally, because I have the means, to raise children, that I wouldn't want to have an abortion if I got pregnant and it was unwanted. So, but I do appreciate that the choice. So that's how I stand
that
on
is one of the things that really troubles me getting my thought consistent on this is, if abortion is illegal, it's not like the demand for it goes away. And as you said, as you highlight in the story about your grandmother, people will perform illegal abortions. And just from that aspect, minimally, I would like abortion to be permissible in society and morally acceptable on some level, because absent that, doctors don't get trained in the right procedures, and then you get all the negative outcomes from people performing self-abortions like that, or just dodgy abortions from dodgy actors. So yeah, while I do tend to agree more with Grimm and Bruce about on the moral question on only if the mother's life is at risk. I suppose I'm complicating myself getting into the policy. Let's do the policy off the table for now then. But yeah, I think Bobby's just away there. So, Grim, you want to play devil's advocate? I'm glad Zombie joined, because now we got some some mix of opinion from.
Oh, I can talk now. By the way.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we're just taking.
Could I include
open-
one other thing?
Yeah.
I was born in before abortion was legalized. So when I say I found letters between my grandfather, my father was at Princeton, and he was trying to make a choice. The choice was finish college at Princeton or come back to Portland, get married, and have a baby. So, it was a pretty big choice. And, obviously I'm here. So he chose to come back. Abortion wasn't legal for I believe a number of years after I was born, or maybe a few. Was it six? It may have only been a year. Was it 68?
I don't know.
When it was legalized in America?
Oh, Roe v. Wade, 73.
Okay, so it was a number of years then, because I was born in 67.
So Zombie, you don't have to answer for obvious reasons, but I'm interested to know. You must have read these letters. If it's not too personal, I wanted to ask if if you garnered any understanding that maybe one of the reasons they didn't decide to abort you was the fact that it was illegal. Was there any indication that the illegality of the act was a disincentive for them?
Well, I believe that there were a lot of women that were being injured, and some of those lifelong injuries in that time frame, and it was a lot more apparent and like maybe known about versus probably when my great grandmother did it. And I really think that it was probably a lot more common than we believe. We may have only heard about the ones that didn't go so well, but throughout time, women have done this. And my mom, I've talked to her a little bit about it, and she just said she wanted a baby. So she was going to keep me. It didn't matter what my grandfather said. I don't quite know, the outcome. Would I have lived with my mom, my grandmother, and not had a dad? If my father, chose not to kind of man up, I'm not sure.
That sounds like a highly implausible story, Zombie. Don't you know women had no rights back then? A woman can simply just tell her husband that she wanted to keep the baby. I'm joking, sorry.
Well, she didn't have a husband. I mean,
So
frankly, there wasn't.
I take weak
They
shots
weren't
at
married
feminists.
then. They weren't married. He had to come back West Coast, drop out of Princeton, finish college at Portland State, and had me, and worked 2 or 3 jobs until he could get a good job.
Well, respect to him for doing that. I think society's a lot better if more men decide to do that specifically, because that is one side of the problematic equation. Is men tend to have far higher rates of abandonment of their children than women do. Which, as much as I'd like to make this an equal gender rights issue, and say a father has an equal say in the matter as the mother, we would need some other mechanism to correct for the rate of male abandonment of children, I think. But Bobby, what's your initial moral perspective on abortion?
So I am really torn on this. I can't find myself siding with one way or the other, and I find the more I read about it and learn about it, the more torn I get. I think it's worth pointing out that what you said earlier about the fact that the demand doesn't go down just because we make it illegal, that and a lot of other arguments for abortion being legal, I think, have analogies with slavery. To say that the demand won't go down just because we make it illegal, saying, well, slavery is just a natural condition of humanity, so what the best we can do is pass laws that make the conditions of the slaves as nice as possible. There are a lot of analogies like that. And also, I would also point out that the human life. When is a human life a human life? I don't know if anyone specifically mentioned that, but that doesn't seem to hold that much weight for me. It's kind of like saying women should be allowed to vote. Well, why should they be allowed to vote? Because they're women. Well, they should be allowed to vote, but because they're women seems to be pretty weak. Because they're a human life also seems to be pretty weak. I think the other thing is a lot of people seem to look at abortion without looking at other scenarios. So they always say, well, it's wrong in the absence of other considerations because of X, Y, or Z. It's like, well, there's always other considerations. You have to factor in what the pregnancy could be like and what it would be like for a child to be raised in a home by somebody who resents them. So I find myself to be pretty torn about it.
I completely share and empathize with that opinion. I feel like once you get to the policy level discussions, there's so many worthwhile arguments pulling in all directions that I'm honestly, as much as I pride myself on clarity of thought, the abortion really confuses the shit out of me. But Chick Vicious, welcome. What's your initial moral take on abortion?
Hi. Well, personal experience, I did have an accidental pregnancy. I was on the pill for 11 years. For whatever reason, year number 11, year number 12, it didn't work as well as it had the previous 11 years. And I did have a situation where I was investigating the options. I did not go through with it. I now have a 4-year-old boy, and I'm eternally grateful for that. I never in a million years before then would have thought that I would have said no to the abortion if it were a choice that I had to make. I found myself surprisingly at the opposite end of that. And I gotta say I'm right on the same opinion as you guys. When I was younger, I thought the opposition to abortion was ridiculous. Within reason, that scientifically, if somebody was responsible, that they should go through with it pretty easily. And I'm finding myself now seeing the nuance of situations, not being so sure about that. That's all I got to say about it. It's, as I get older, definitely it's becoming more of a complex.
Good for you, though.
Yeah, it's really not easy to figure it out for anybody. So I'm glad we're having this conversation, and thank you.
Awesome, good stuff. So let's maybe take this step by step on a policy level. I think the first step is choice. We can have a conversation around choice and potential other avenues, preconception. And I think from that point, let's move into after conception, and we can discuss life when it's a life, what people's thoughts are on that, and then maybe move to specific policy as to when it's okay, when it's not okay, and go from there. So
Can I bring up one other thing?
Yeah.
So I also want to say, I think that Chick's attitude there is kind of like the attitude I think of a lot of women who get abortions, or not who get abortions, who get pregnant. Like if they get pregnant when they don't intend to, all the women that I know who have felt that they've shared their experience with me, their first instinct is, well, how could I make this work? How could I figure out a way to keep it? And so they go to their boyfriends and they try to see, or get feelers to see how their boyfriend is going to feel about it. And, what they're hoping is that the boyfriend will say, all right, well, I guess we're going to have to figure out how to make this work. And I guess I'm going to have to take another job so we can put a down payment on a house. Like, I don't think that the first reaction of women in my experience has ever been to, all right, well, I guess we just got to kind of get rid of this,
So I'd definitely like to take it from the devil's advocate point of view, because I find myself in a lot of abortion topics, and there are things that are of concern when I have the values and what I think is ethically right, and then there's the opposite. And the opposite is okay, if we don't have abortion clinics to help young women, then what they're going to do is do these things on their own, and it's going to create a lot of bodily harm because it's not done professionally, and it's also could damage their chances of getting pregnant in the future, or damage what something could be considered life if they're past that 7-week term. The other topic that I have a hard time wrangling with is, kind of what somebody was just talking about in the chat, which was, some people consider, okay, 7 weeks, right? Scientifically, for some odd reason, basically they're saying is that for 7 weeks, that thing is not conscious. The baby's not conscious. It's at a stage where it's still part of the woman. And so the woman's rights is like, hey, I don't want this thing growing on me. I don't want this. This is a part of my body. I decide what I want with my body. And if science is saying under 7 weeks, I get to do whatever the fuck I want with my body, then I have that choice. So you're also removing. So these are the topics that I'm wrestling with of like, oh shit, that is hard, right? Because now, because of my viewpoints, like I could be having a lot more damage and problems. So those are two that counter me.
So I think that all the more reason to start at sort of choice and preconception, and when you open with your original point, the reason I think that that's a more valid point in today's day and age, and I think was less valid, say, in the 60s or 50s, is I tend to think that the option not to get pregnant is on the table. If you practice sex responsibly, and it varies from getting your tubes tied, or your ball snips, then you can't get pregnant. Perfectly safe procedures, no harm, and arguably cheaper psychologically and medically than going the abortion route. Then there's the other contraceptives which work to varying levels. But I've always been a rack and a stacker. I've had many sexual relationships. When I say rack and stack, I use condoms, I use spermicide. The more and often than not, the woman's on the pill. So there's like multiple layers of defense. And while one layer might be ineffective, I'd like to think of them wearing a condom, spermicide jelly, and the woman's on a pregnancy pill, we're not going to get pregnant, and that's necessarily been my experience. So I feel that any sort of abortion right from the outset is merely rewarding irresponsible sexual practice with the right to kill. And obviously, yes, there's a conversation on when is it a human life, when are we talking about killing and murder, when is it just deceasing cells, but just merely from the choice aspect, there seems to be far better choices to make than going the accidental pregnancy route and all the his. I mean, let's not mess around. Like abortion's is a potentially psychologically traumatic event for a woman. It's arguably less potential harm to use multiple layers of contraception. It's far easier. It's far less invasive. I don't. I mean, 30, 40 years ago, when we didn't have all this technology and we didn't have all this understanding, then yeah, I can get behind abortion rights because you could have accidentals. But in this day and age, I think an accidental is more often than not someone not taking the correct care. And you don't even need to go into the whole abstination and all that. I mean, you just need to practice safe sex. You need to educate yourself. I mean, even as a man, I know that there are specifically 3 to 5 days of a woman's cycle where you can have as much sex and as you like, and for lack of a better term, injection, and you're just not going to get her pregnant. It's impossible. So yeah, I think once one is sufficiently educated in sex and in sexual practice, that the likelihood of pregnancy drops to unintended pregnancy drops to 0%. And I struggle to move from that point. And because I struggle to move from that point, I I struggle to see beyond just having it legal for the sake of preventing all the illegal harm. Other than that, I see no really good argument for abortion. If we're just talking about other potential choices, it seems like the worst of many choices.
I agree with the approach of taking a look at, what kind of behavior would encourage having to resort to abortion, like irresponsible sex. But I think we can approach this through another angle as well, being that it is extremely possible for any individual to be pro-choice without having to uh, deny the fact that a fetus is alive regardless of the period of during the pregnancy itself. And what I have a problem with is the some aspects of the pro-choice camp trying to remove that fact, trying to have folks approach the idea of abortion as the removal of a parasite, right, or nonchalantly taking, getting rid of a problem that you could have prevented in this day and age. And if we sort of shift the conversation away from whether or not it is a life, because I think that's just at this point, whether even if it's a scientific approach of 7 weeks or not, I think it's semantics. Even if it isn't, even if it is within the first few weeks of conception, not considered conscious or not considered a life, it will become one. So I don't think that's the core of what needs to be discussed. It's whether it should be made readily available, and if a decision needs to be made on that aspect, to acknowledge the fact that it is removing a potential life.
So maybe we can slide into potential life, because there are some worthwhile considerations there. For me, I like Ben Shapiro's argument. I know a lot of people don't like Ben Shapiro, but he makes his arguments about someone being in a coma on life support machines, a coma from which the doctors are sure they will awake from, say in 9 months' time, and and most people wouldn't be okay with killing that person, and he likens that to an unborn child, because they need life support, they need sustenance, they need feeding, all from outside their own capability. Interestingly, Travis put a challenge I'm not quite sure I still understand, but he said the reason that's not the same thing is Travis seems to be under the impression that once you are born, you enter into the social contract with society, and you therefore have more value than someone that is unborn. I'm not necessarily sure that I agree with that. As such, I do tend to think Ben Shapiro's analogy is more or less applicable. Does anyone have a challenge to that?
I think we need to look at potential over value. I think potential is more important, right?
Well, that's what the thought experiment indicates, right?
Yeah, that's what pulls on humanity, on your emotional complex, is knowing the potential is taken away, and I think that pulls a lot of people, and that can't be something where you have to approach it from a scientific or social type understanding. That's why I look at it very differently. Like, if I were to take it scientifically, look, if I were to take things scientifically, we need to walk half the people in the ocean tomorrow because it's simply we can't feed them, right? or poverty. It's just we just better, we'd have better statistics in poverty. We just walked majority of the poor people in the ocean. But we have to take it from different standpoints when it comes to overall outcomes. And overall outcomes, even with the current abortion right now, is we're treating people better, we're treating infants that we kill better, but we have this long history of killing babies in and out of the womb. And I think looking at value is a hard thing to say, rather than, like I said, the potential side.
I think
Yeah,
that's
like,
interesting because I've never thought about the potential. Because I think that there are so many junctures in someone's life that obviously builds on how they're going to be,
Right.
So I've never thought of potential. I've always thought of the issue as a safety issue. And the only reason we were discussing Roe versus Wade is because there were like 20 something states or 30, I can't remember. There was a split. Some states it was legal to get abortions with a doctor, and there were other states that were just like, hell no, we are not going to let doctors perform abortions, knowing full well that for hundreds of millions of years, probably, we've had midwives or women or doctors or people that are more trained than the next, just person rolling out of bed on how to perform this, because we didn't have birth control and people wanted to have sex, but it's a personal choice on whether they even talk about it. Like, I doubt that there's any statistics out there. I just know that I have a death certificate for a great grandmother during the Great Depression where she performed an abortion with a brass curtain rod, and it was on the death certificate.
but do you necessarily think that those same thoughts apply today? In the sense, I mean, I'm with you on the whole harm side, where abortion's illegal, but I'd like to believe that if we put enough focus on it, we could get people to practicing a minimal level of responsible sexual behavior.
I think that is actually the key. It's interesting. I've thought about writing a book on just personal choices and abortion, because how it's affected my family so much. So my mom could have also, it sounds like a soap opera, because my mom was born to a woman who was 16 years old and left her city, which was a small town, and moved to another city so that she could be pregnant without shame and shaming the family. My mom's 72. So she was
Dude, that's
given
my
up
mom
for
too. That's
she
funny.
was what?
That's literally that's what my grandma did. That's my mom
Yeah.
too.
And my grandmother had my mother and gave her up for adoption at 2 days old. And we've since connected with the family, but and so now we found out more things, like the ramification, or what has happened down the road with alcoholism and depression and other things, as a result of shame, or as a result of losing the great grandmother, and that was on the father's side. So, like, it it affects families for many, many, many generations. With the loss, we all know what happens when when parents are lost, to children. So here you have a father with 4 little kids and no mother to help them. There's going to be consequences. So, like, the having the ability to have a safe medical procedure if it's needed is important. You know, I took my sister-in-law to go have an abortion about, I'd say, 30 years ago, And we sat there and waited, and she looked at me and she said, I can't do this. And I have an amazing niece as a result. So, but that was her choice, and she had the ability to have a safe procedure if she wanted to. So I think that there's a lot of women out there that do choose not to and to raise the child, but I'm not going to sit here and shame anyone if they're not in that position to raise a baby. If I was 15 years old, I know what my choice would have been. I probably would have had an abortion if I got pregnant, but thank God I never had to make that choice.
Yeah, it's.
I,
I was
you
going
go,
to say
go.
the what's interesting. Speaking of the technology, just kind of what's happening on the forefront is they're now able to take pretty much from insemination these artificial wombs. If anybody's actually heard of this, and so what I see is a future where if you don't want a baby, you can undergo a safe medical procedure provided by the state where they can put the baby in an artificial womb and actually uh, create it all the way to the 9 months, the full term. And I think that's a great solution. We're just obviously economically and medically not there yet. I think those are great solutions for people that need to go that route without actually having to spend 9 months and worrying about either killing the baby or making those decisions. It just basically gets rid of that altogether.
So will they have a responsibility to financially raise that child? Because
I think so. I think it goes up for adoption. Like the way I would see it is that, you're pregnant, you're either going to get an abortion, or you can just go undergo a medical procedure where they put you under, they take it out, and they put it in a womb, and then you're on your merry way. Like you are literally released, legally from that baby. You are not allowed to have any legal rights over that baby anymore. Hand it over to the state.
I'd be very worried about that sort of technology in the sense of we're just starting to understand now the role of epigenetics in the womb, and it does appear, I mean, given we have a lack of understanding, minimally we know that a lot of genetic coding happens in the womb. So like I forget the right terms. I think it's telomeres. I could be wrong, but like the coding for like your height and your metabolism and all these variances.
Sexual preference, homosexuality, so on and so on.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Are you being ironic or serious?
No, I mean so the studies basically came out because we were like, what's about gay people or whatever, and it's actually based on the environment that the mother is in, and then she'll inject the right amount of testosterone or estrogen into the baby, based on the environment. So if you have a situation where like they found this weird because most gay men are usually the youngest of a larger family of men. And they've basically the studies show that if inside the womb, the female, almost like it's not like a choice that she's doing, but the mom will suppress the testosterone of the baby because she's in a heavy male environment.
Interesting. That actually that confirms a long held suspicion I've had. But
Suddenly gay?
No, it's just like
Oh, okay.
when we look at history, the propensity for homosexuality to rise. I don't know if it's just a matter of recording, but generally you see recorded histories of homosexuality in more advanced civilizations that weren't at war as much as that used to be the case. And war obviously robs society of fertile men. And I've always hold this thought that biology's had some way of picking up on the ratio of men to women in society and gone, okay, cool, there's too many men in society, so we're going to make this one gay. I've always suspected that that might be the case, but interesting that there's research that might support that. But yeah, so like there's a tremendous amount that happens in terms of epigenetic coding in the womb, and we're just starting to understand it. And I'd be hesitant to buy into a machine replacing that critical function.
Well, I think
But
I think not only will it you can honestly like control in a lot of ways, given the data of what's going to happen to the baby being born, which is really neat. But you can also avoid a lot of problems.
Yeah. Look, if we could just like take a step back to potential, because I think there's some stuff to come there, and mostly hypocrisy I want to point out. Whenever the pro-life side of the aisles talks about potential for human life, you get someone on the left saying, "No, potential doesn't mean anything." But then equally so, on the pro-choice aisle, they'll make this argument about potential for suffering, and they'll say, "Well, the parents are drug addicts, the kids clearly not going to have a good life, therefore abort." So they seem to accept one side of potential, but not the other side, which I've always found a bit hypocritical.
Are you guys familiar with Stephen Levitt's research on the link between crime rates and abortion?
No.
So Stephen Levitt is an economist who is famous for pointing out the fact that the crime rates in the inner cities went down in America, went down an absurd amount, almost like magic over the space of a couple years, around 1990. And he attributes this to 1973, Roe v. Wade, because all those children that would have had to have been born because abortion was illegal never were born. So around the time that they were 16, they would have been 16, 17 years old and would have been committing crimes. They didn't exist. And so you see the crime rates plummet. And a lot of other economists have looked at his research and have said, I desperately want to poke a hole in it, but I can't find anything wrong with it.
I haven't read it, but just based on what you said, I can poke a couple holes, like right off the bat. So, firstly, what happened?
Please do not say it's the internal combustion engine.
Okay, I think it was the mid-90s. Broken window theory started being developed, and that was applied largely in large metropoles in America, and with most of the fruits coming out in the early 2000s.
Yep. He'll say that too. Yeah, but that has an effect, not as large though.
Yeah, but most notably and more importantly, and this is just sort of thumb sucked from my ass, so the numbers aren't 100% accurate. But when I was looking at America's abortions over the last 5 years, it seems to hover between 100 to 120,000 per year. So let's take that as let's take 100,000 as the aggregates, right? Because obviously it'll be less as the further you go back in time. So that's 100,000. Roe Wade, you're talking what? Because they have to be teenagers to commit the crime. You're talking about 15 years. So you're talking 100,000 times 15. That's 1.5 million people, right? That's not enough abortions to have a significant impact on crime. I'm sure you could agree with that minimally.
I don't know about that. I mean, crime is concentrated amongst a very small subset of people.
Well, I would say, if I could chime in a little bit on that, I would say that there are so many other factors that go into it, but if you want to tie in something like aborting 500,000 babies, and then equivalent to something like World War II or Vietnam War, where basically the male population is taken out, right? Like there's a few, if you ever watched Oliver Stone's history or whatever it is, like he has this really good take, but he shows some really good correlations and studies about how basically like a majority of population goes off and fucking dies or gets removed, and just these huge negative consequences that happen, and affect our society and the way we move forward. And it's almost like it retards us, not to use the word like, in a way of like retarded people, but it retards us as in we're not achieving or we're not on the same track, or we go to a different direction, or it takes us a while to get back to where we probably should have been. And so this is why my argument is like, we need to give life a chance, because when you have situations where we're just basically removing the population, removing that potential of the population, I think it's going to have those negative consequences. As and granted, it's a little bit different than men going off and dying at war. I think it is also equivalent of the way we always have been, in a way that we need to encourage life and procreation and as many humans as possible. I'm one of those people that I think we can solve anything, including overpopulation. I don't think overpopulation is going to fucking kill us. I really don't. I think there's plenty of places to live, plenty of places to grow food, plenty of ways to do things, and we'll figure it out. We're pretty fucking smart at that shit. There's not meant to be 7.5 billion apes on the planet, right? We all agree? Yet we make it work.
Well, and I'm almost wondering how much. So crime statistics are interesting because we do those off of per capita, and how much did the cities actually grow in that time frame? So, if I'm looking at number of homicides in my city now in comparison to 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, they have increased exponentially. However, most people would say that crime is down because the population has grown so dramatically in that time frame. So they'll be like, "Oh, violent crime is down," where they may have only had 10 murders in a year, 50 or 40 years ago, and now we have 120 murders a year. So a lot of it, I think, is based on population history. So I don't know. I think that you could probably poke holes in his study. I've never even heard of it.
I just posted the Wikipedia article for it. If anyone wants to get the meat and potatoes of it, it does obviously something as controversial as saying killing as many organisms in the womb gives us less crime rate is going to be met with a vast bevy of critics. So there's also the most popular critics that are also there, and you can look into their studies if you like. On the face of it, when I read his book Freakonomics, it was pretty compelling. Although when he does talk about some of those other things, he does talk about broken window theory, getting tough on the small crime does help. The sheer increase in police presence also helps. More effective policing helps to a somewhat lesser degree. Like just having more police in the area works better, according to him, than more effective policing. But he says that nothing works as good as killing unborn children.
There's one other aspect there, right? Sorry, Zombie. The one critique there is that, and Zombies confirmed this in our private DMs. It's been a suspicion of mine that our crime stats are fundamentally based off of stupid people, because we base our crime stats off of people that we catch, and we just catch the stupid people. Let's be honest. And
Yeah.
America has an education system that also took off in that same period. And you have the most college graduates per capita as a result of that education system. So that would obviously decrease the likelihood of catching criminality as well.
Yeah, so you have to start off with the crimes that it's hardest to ignore, such as a dead body in the case of a homicide. And then you can move towards the crimes that are harder to talk of, harder to prove, or harder to catch people on, right?
Yeah, give me the right chemicals and there's nobody.
Hey, Bobby.
Yeah.
Does that study go into detail on race?
I don't think so, but I do know that there's quite a large difference, if I understand, between abortion rates between races, right?
Right. And that's why I was kind of my eyebrow went up a little bit when you were talking about it, because that's where my head went.
And ultimately, crime stats are a really dodgy thing to base any sort of analysis on, because the DA is always saying we're winning the war on drugs. Cocaine consumption is down this much. I'm like, Yeah, how did you figure that out? Did you take a poll of all the illegal cocaine users and figure out that it's reduced that much, or did you just thumb suck based on what you caught? And rarely the answer is we thumb suck based on what we caught, and they go like, well, we last year we caught 50 tons, this year we caught 100 tons, so we've reduced it by 50%. I'm like, yeah, but what if the drug dealers increased it by 300 tons? You don't know that because you don't know what you haven't caught.
The crime rates are really going to be interesting in the inner cities in the next year or two because people aren't getting arrested. So they're going to look like, wow, this was an amazing year. The crime rates have all gone down except for probably all the unsolved homicides. That will go up. But there won't be any reporting or limited reporting on the rest because if people aren't calling law enforcement or they're not writing reports and they're not charging people, or we have a lot of district attorneys who are choosing not to charge, then it just looks like we don't have an issue.
And
Okay,
broken
so
window theory is out the door.
this was a statistic that I wasn't sure if it was true, but I had to look into it. And according to PolitiFact, which we all know is a synonym for God, who fact check this is true, which is that in New York City, African American women abort their children more often than give birth to them. So in 2013, the city had 24,758 births to African American women and underwent 31,328 abortions. It says that the African Americans account for 42% of abortions in the city, far higher than any other racial or ethnic group.
I guess the genesis that started Planned Parenthood can rest well in her grave, knowing that she succeeded.
That's hearsay, isn't it?
No, that's
No,
confirmed.
I don't think so.
That's confirmed. So the lady who started Planned Parenthood, I think in World War I or World War II, she did it after analyzing, I think, crime stats or some sort of socioeconomic stats, and realizing that the black community was doing that much worse. And having concern for the community, it worked out that less children, better community, much like China's policy. So they targeted Planned Parent outlets in black neighborhoods to spread abortion amongst black people.
What's her name?
Make
Margaret
society
Sanger?
better. Margaret Singer, yes, that's the one. That's the lady. I guess she can rest well, knowing that she achieved her horrific ends. But I wanted to bring this back to abortion because we're staring off into the distance there. One thing I find very problematic about the pro-choice movement, and this sort of gets us into what people are talking about with potential and great man theory and all that, is there are third trimester abortion clinics in America, and the pro-choice movement is fighting to keep them open. These clinics, you can get an abortion up to the day it's born. There's some lack of clarity on practice. So I think legally speaking, you're not allowed to abort unless there's a disability detected or some what they classify as reasonable reason to abort the baby. But apparently, and this is more hearsay than anything else, in practice, people can go to these clinics and give a bullshit reason and just like get rid of the baby if that's what they want to do. And people can't look the other way because you just fill the paperwork in one way and Bob's your uncle. But if we just to address the sort of legislation as I understand it, which is allowing of a third trimester abortion if you pick up some sort of horrific disability in your child, and this leads us into great man theory. I wonder what would happen to the state of physics if Stephen Hawking's parents went to such a clinic and discovered that I think he had motor neuron disease because you can pick that up with genetic testing. Discovered that he had MND in the womb and decided to abort him. I think the world would be a worse off place, and that sort of builds into what Grim was talking about with potential. 'Cause you don't know if your child, even if they have a horrible genetic disease, maybe the next Stephen Hawking, you don't know.
Well, you wouldn't even know that you're missing him because he's not there.
Yeah, we don't know what humanity would look like if we didn't abort however many, how many of these fetuses that have been aborted would have been Nobel Prize winners or
Well,
like.
exactly, and
That's up.
yeah, and what great man theory basically is you're more often than not you see society propelled forward by great individuals. And I say great man, but great woman as well. Marie Curie as an example. But people that stand out of the crowd and shift our thinking in sort of quantum leaps. And we don't know who these people are, who they're going to be born to, and just from that perspective, I'd like to structure a free societies so that, because we don't know where they're going to come from, but if we have a free society, it's my hope that those individuals will rise naturally to the top of our hierarchies and move society forward. And yeah, I understand there's a critique of great man theory out there because it is evident for most discoveries that, if that person that we know came up with it didn't come up with it, there was another person just behind him in the line at the top of the pile as well.
Yeah.
Um, but
It sounds like just another same type of thinking of people that just hate individuals and they can only think in terms of an amorphous, bland, gray blob of collectivity.
Groupthink.
But yeah, so and people talking about abortion and like the livelihoods of this child's success in life. Like, no parent has ever had a child with all the money put aside for the best life that child could have. Every single parent on the face of the earth is plugging gaps as they go, and it's a difficult challenge parents have. And as
Yeah.
much as it can go wrong, I've seen it go absolutely beautifully well in other ways. My cousin, he had a bit of a rough one. His brother died when he was young, got into drugs, developed an addiction. But then literally the first girlfriend he ever had sex with, his virgin experience, the condom breaks and he gets her pregnant. At least that's what he tells me.
Yeah, that's what he tells you.
Yeah. And
he was just too excited to be getting laid. He was just plowing right through that.
So, he comes from a Christian family, couldn't abort, and they went through with the pregnancy, and he has the most beautiful 16-year-old daughter now. And I've watched as this person who had generally floundered through life after his brother died and really taken like a left turn. He's now married. He's got 2 other children with his new wife, and he's gainfully employed, and he's a machine. Like, he wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning, sorts the kids out, takes them to school, goes to work, comes back and fetches them from school, brings them home, goes back to work. He works in IT, works till about 7, comes home, eats dinner, plays with the kids, puts them to bed, spends time with his wife. And then at like 11 o'clock, he comes online, he plays games till about 1 o'clock in the morning, and then rinse repeats. This guy that was like going nowhere with his life, addicted to drugs, complete left turn, has an unexpected child, and it literally changed his life and put him back on track.
It gave him meaning.
That sounds like me.
Yeah.
That sounds like me in a nutshell.
Yeah, and like
funny.
I look at my dad, right? My dad he's got a wife, he's got 2 kids, he's been married for 40 years, and he's still in okay condition, approaching his 70s. His younger brother, bachelor his whole life, no kids, no wife, and he's in debt at the age of like 62. and he looks like he's 80. He clearly hasn't been forced by his wife to go to doctor visits. He hasn't forced to keep down a steady job to support kids. And I just like, I know it's anecdotal, but wherever I look, it just seems to be the right answer to have children. It seems to make you.
And that's why deniability. That's why
adopted.
you have. That's why you have a gaggle of children, right?
I haven't gotten there quite yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking for the first prerequisite first. I still got to find my woman. You know,
you still gotta fit. You still gotta get laid. You gotta.
No, that's
the harder problem.
It's very easy to get laid. It's very difficult to find a mother for your children.
Yeah.
I desperately want children. Don't get me wrong. I desperately want children. But from my reading of the literature, I need the right woman to do that with. And I'm very careful about that selection process.
You're gonna
turn into Sylvia. You're gonna turn into Sylvia Plath from the Bell Jar.
No idea about that reference, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know the reference.
Okay, okay. The reference is that the woman she sees a tree and a fruit tree, and she's thinking about what sees all the career paths on all these branches of the tree, and she's so paralyzed by thinking about what branch to choose that all she can do is stand there and watch as the tree withers and dies, and all the branches slowly become no longer possible to climb.
Like procrastination and indecisiveness. I would say though, deniability, kind of what you were saying. So if we decided to change things in a way where people that are born are now being adopted underneath the way of the state, and then we have that as state ran, and we realize that that's got a whole economic side to it. But imagine society changing where you're going to have groups of people or large groups of people that basically were adopted or were raised by the state and then probably went into the military or something of that nature, like used by the state and then being released as a free citizen, and as an adult. Imagine that in a country being affected by the amount of kids aborted, right? So if we say 500,000 babies are aborted, imagine 500,000 of the population coming in being owned by the state, and then imagine the opinion and the state of mind of those people through the generations, right? Maybe like just through a couple generations, we just have okay, and then there's the opinions of the adopted. I think what it does for humans, deniability, to your original point there, is it shows more light and more thinking and possibly more art in a way that we've never seen before. Because you're going to have large groups of people who have morals and values that came out of a situation that really isn't popular at all. But once you increase it to 500,000 people, it's like, holy shit, look at what's that's happening on this side.
I presume at this point you're positing the scenario in a way that these children will get the right care, because it's not evident to me currently in the current iteration of state care globally in any country that children raised in the care of the state are the ideal way to go.
It's not the greatest care, but imagine. So let me design my society. Abortion is only allowed when it's threatening the mother, like life or death situations. The rest of the time, the moment you're under that term and you want to get rid of your kid, the state takes it over. Now, whether it's through an incubation process or whatever, the state takes it over. The kid tries for adoption, but what is happening is the kid is just being basically educated with large groups of kids. And then when the kid turns 16, 17 years old, they go into the military, and by no choice. And they have to then perform in the military and do what they're doing. They can stay in the military, or after they're 18 or 22 or whatever decided, they can re-enter into society as a free citizen of that country. And if you do that 500,000 times, or with 500,000 kids a year or every 2 years, depending on who gets adopted and so on. I think then that way you can create a productive measurement as well as have a different voice. And it's not pretty. Like, we need some struggle to be beautiful, wise people. So it's not ideal. Obviously, they all want to live underneath a home with a mom and a dad. They also get the chance to live in the first place.
Yeah. As a libertarian, I don't see the state as a good caretaker of children.
By the state, I mean you can use social services, nonprofits, things like that. I'm not talking about a full kind of control system by the state. They obviously can outsource to better systems that have better outcomes.
I kind of tend to agree with deniability on that, because our systems are tapped right now in regards to children that are in state custody, and the state is not even coming close to taking care of them.
Well, like I said, I don't think the state. Yes, there's problems on the state when it comes to taking care, when it comes to the welfare state of children. But I don't think that those things are state ran. Just as a libertarian, as I'm libertarian in that mindset, but I don't think those things should be state ran. I think they should be contracted out to groups that can handle them professionally.
But there are plenty of groups, and they're not doing a good job either. There are very few that, in my opinion, that are under contract by cities, counties, and states that are functioning appropriately to raising young people safely.
Well, I would also say in that manner, those groups are heavy religious groups, and
yeah,
I don't think they raise kids right.
Right.
But I think the key point you're missing is children require an exceptional amount of love and care, and unconditional love and care to that extent. To the point where I love children, but I love them insofar as I can play with them, entertain with them, and send them back to their parents. I love my nieces and nephews to bits. I'm the fun uncle. I do all the fun stuff with them. I load them up with sugar and I send them home as punishment to their parents for making me look after them for too long.
Of course.
So like the day to day of a child for the first 18 years of their life, it's hell on earth, and it's more
I've
like
raised 3, so I know what you mean.
yeah. But do you really think you could deal with the amount of shit they give you if they weren't your own? I understand that there are people that can do that, but I would argue that those people are the exceptions rather than the norm.
It doesn't matter. Think about the alternative: death, not existing. So as hard as the struggle is, you might not have parents, or you might be raised with another group of kids.
I don't necessarily believe in that dichotomy, though. I think if we were hard on policy, and we severely limited abortion, and people were forced to carry children to term, and just deal with the consequences of their actions, I think you could get far healthier results than sending all those children through state care facilities. And I suspect that the lives of the parents, as hard as it might have been for those first 21 years or so, I think that their lives would be that much better for it. But with Jordan Peterson on that note, responsibility gives you purpose, purpose gives you meaning, and meaning is the reason you live. So you should look for as much responsibility and as much purpose wherever you can find it. And there seems to be no greater responsibility than another human life being dependent on you to not fail for 21 years. I think that steers a lot of people right, as it were.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. It's definitely a badge to earn, and definitely creates a lot of wisdom. But the hard bit is that not everybody should be a parent. Not everybody's ready to be a parent.
But how do you make that determination though?
It's
Like,
not up to
my,
me.
my cousin was definitely not ready to be a parent. He was addicted to multiple drugs when he conceived his child. Completely turned his life around.
It's the
Like,
same as mine. I mean, I understand, like, I wasn't ready to have a kid at 20 years old, but I had a kid at 20 years old. It just is what it is. And it changed who I was and arguably saved my life. But at the same time, you still have a bunch of people who are like, vehemently don't want the kid. 5 years old, they still don't want the kid. 10 years old, they still don't want the kid. Now they're coming into the teenage realm, and then now they feel from their parents, now that they're understanding emotions on a very complex level and getting that self autonomy, that they don't want, that their parent doesn't want them. And I'm not saying it's better for them to be in some sort of adoption situation, but what I'm saying is that some people would rather just get rid of the kid. Like, they're just that selfish, and yeah, maybe having a baby and maybe raising it might change them, but maybe they'll also, I don't know, put a fucking coat hanger up there. And I think that's the other side that we need to understand, is that women, young women and old women in general are gonna do this if there's not a clinic or there's not an option, there's not an alternative. So I think providing as many as possible to create life moving forward and the potential of that fetus becoming a human being and inspiring others on the planet, I think is what needs to happen, rather than all this other side of, abortions and 7-week term and all this bullshit. It just doesn't make sense to me. It just sounds like people just like killing other people.
Yeah. Chick Vicious, I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, the discussion is bringing back some memories, and I do have something to share along the lines of what Grim is saying. I think there's something to the idea of taking this all much more seriously. So from an individual perspective, and what I mean by that is, when I was younger, I can remember being frightened from the political side of watching the arguments about overturning Roe versus Wade and imagining what would happen if that back door were ever shut, where if an accident were to happen, that I would be stuck, not able to go and get an abortion. And I was just absolutely petrified about that. And so when I found myself in my situation, I initially was just very grateful to have the option to, start delving into it. And it was interesting because I was going over my options, and it was when I imagined the idea of adoption that I had my wake up call, because I really wasn't certain at any point until then. Up until that point, it was very abstract, just imagining, if anything ever happened and I got pregnant by accident, I could just, take care of it. It was a very abstract idea. I really didn't put myself in those shoes up until that point. And as an alternative, it was offered to me, well, you could look into adoption. And I really thought about that. And I remember thinking, if I can't picture myself giving birth to a child and then giving it up to somebody else at that moment, how can I imagine myself going through something even more horrific than that and terminating the pregnancy? And it was at that moment where I realized that I really had to step it up and own my actions. And so it was like the idea that the adoption option is not all, you know, rainbows and sunshine was actually quite helpful in my situation. It really got me to buckle down. And I don't know if there's anything to that. I don't know if I'm just a bad person. And it took that in order to open my eyes and make the choices that I made. But there is something to needing to take this more seriously that helped in my case. I would think that I'm not probably the only one.
It's part of
I definitely
maturing,
hear you.
growing up.
And I'm never quite sure. As much as I want to say that education is the solution, it's quite evident that rational education around sex is a demonstrated failure. And if I'm understanding your story right, you probably had sex ed in school, and you're probably taught about all these things, and you're probably minimally informed because as you said, you were on the pill and all that. But for some reason, you never really thought about it until you were in the situation. And if I'm honest, I don't see a way around rationally educating people about that reality until they experience it. So maybe I need to give some ground there, I guess.
Oh, I was never around kids growing up. I mean, even as a kid, I really wasn't around kids very much. And so as a young adult, I wasn't around kids. It was just, something that was very removed from me. And I never pictured myself being in a world like that. So it was really easy just to, kind of superficially think, well, if ever given, the choice, I know what I would definitely do. I'm not going to ruin my life by bringing a brat in. And so I never took the time to really look into why people feel the way they did about all that. I really had no, it didn't interfere with my life. I really had no need to think deeply about it. And I started to when I started getting worried about the overturning of Roe versus Wade, when that started coming up more and more. Um, but again, I was just like secure in the idea that, oh, I could just, go to the clinic. Um, it- but yeah, it was a very quick wake up call when it did apply to me.
So would you say that the knowledge that Roe versus Wade out there and that you can go to clinic and have this handled was had a large part to do with you just not thinking about it because you know you could handle it? And do you think, to put the question another way, if there was no Roe versus Wade and this was something you had to think seriously about, do you think you necessarily would have thought seriously about it in the absence of Roe v. Wade?
I think so. I think if it were I think if it were more likely that in the case of being sexually active, that I would be in that position, um, that it would have occurred to me much sooner to take it more seriously. Yes. So I know not everybody feels that way. I didn't grow up in a very religious environment, so maybe that has something to do with it. It was always very rationally approached. Um, and yeah, it's not that I was uninformed. It was just so removed from my own
Too
situation.
abstract. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it was definitely abstract.
but that's the way it goes. I've noticed it with my particular group of friends. Is we all left university and we got employed and we're having a good time and doing our thing and everyone was we're going away on holidays together, and then so and so had a baby, so and so stopped going on holidays, and then someone else had a baby. I've got like 3 or 4 friends are still childless, but like most of my group has children, and it's as soon as you have children, you like exit the world of adults, and now you only socialize with your children's friends and their parents, and that like becomes your world. So I can see how most people like if they don't have children, they as soon as you're into adulthood, like there's really no need to come across children at all. Like as a matter of habit, I avoid schools because like children are disease carrying vermin in my head. Um, they do get you sick. Or in my office, the people that have children have disproportionately more sick days, like almost like 400 to 500% more. childless people, like they just go they just go and go, and like they don't get sick. But as soon as children come to their household, like parents get sick way too quickly.
Well, I didn't even think about it that way. I know, like I said, I was never around kids. I was never friends with people that had kids at all. We lived in an apartment where there were some kids on the lower floors, peripherally, that was about it. So it really never occurred to me that there was much thought behind, an accidental pregnancy. And, I am glad for the way things turned out, but it's an interesting thing to look back on now. And I really haven't until this discussion. But
That's awesome.
thinking of
Breaking new
putting
ground.
myself in the
It's awesome. Breaking new ground.
yes, but yeah, I think really picturing myself giving up the baby in an adoption situation brought some seriousness to, it really added some weight to what was really happening at that moment. And I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe it made it more human in that moment, but
Did the idea of adoption, like, was that like a negative for you? Like you didn't want someone taking care of your child, and that was like weird for you,
um
or was it something else?
I'm not exactly certain what it was. It was I think maybe it's that just that added weight of responsibility came to light at that point where, you know, yeah, because you wouldn't have direction or any responsibility for the individual that you helped create, whether that be good or bad. And that, I don't know, that affected me in a way that just changed everything. And I think
And you,
if the adoption situation were fantastic and kids were going to completely thrive in the adoption world, maybe I wouldn't have had that revelation.
mm. Mace, welcome to the conversation.
Hello.
Where do you stand on abortion?
I think it's okay to abort a baby when it's not actually a baby yet, so it's still in like a cellular stage. But if you're talking about aborting a whole fetus, then I don't know about that one. I think that one's probably not good.
So you're in the 7-week camp where like the baby's not conscious until that 7-week period.
I don't really know the science behind it, just when it stops being cellular, I guess.
Okay. And yeah, I suppose. So
I don't know
you
what system they have in US or Africa, but I think the system we have in the UK is good enough. You can get an abortion for the most part, but there are limits to how long you can wait.
So as far as I understand the American situation, the pro-choice movement is currently fighting to keep it entirely a woman's choice up to 9 months. I don't know if they're successful in that. It's my understanding that the pro-life side of the movement is trying to bring it back down to that cellular level. I mean, I think they'd ideally like conception, but they're trying to compromise in the middle and go for like 6 or 7 weeks.
Okay,
But
right.
so, but what's the situation in the UK? I'm quite interested by that.
I don't know the exact number of weeks in the UK, but I just know there is a limit.
Let's find this out. Is it's something that I do go back and forth quite a lot on because I can't eradicate the human potential argument. Um,
Yeah,
Especially,
I struggle with it too because it's hard to know exactly when life begins. Because in a way, life kind of begins at well, as soon as you become a sperm. The sperm are alive, but you kill billions of those like on an almost daily basis anyway. So they're just a little bit more developed than a sperm. Is any different?
okay, so in the UK, it's up to 24 weeks. That's roughly these 26 weeks where neurons are formed, and we know the fetus can feel pain at least. So they seem to be in line with the harm line that a lot of people seem to draw.
Is it a fetus at 26 weeks?
I don't know when it's strictly. Let's have a look. How many fetus? By the 8th week of pregnancy.
8th week.
Yeah.
And is that
Periods of,
consistent or is that just an average?
I presume that would be an average.
I'd say they should do a scan and see how developed it is first before going ahead. I don't think you can just stick a number on it, really.
So how would you deal with the sort of traditional feminist counter of, it's my body, it's my choice. It's all it is until it's born is a parasite. And because it depends on me, I can make the decision to kill it or not at any point, as long as it's in my womb.
Does that still apply, like up until the moment of birth, or what's the limit on that?
I think till the moment of birth, but the reason I say I think is there was a recent piece of legislation that was defeated in the US where the pro-life movement was trying to get legislation passed to force doctors to keep babies that survived abortions alive. So that's like babies that were moved out of the womb and survived the abortion process and could live outside the womb. They were seeking legislation to prevent doctors from being able to kill those infants, which sounds perfectly reasonable to me. It was defeated by the Democratic vote in the Senate or Congress or wherever they do this voting. Now, I put this to Travis before, and he says, yeah, just because they sought that legislation doesn't mean it's happening. In my mind, I don't see people putting in a desire for legislation without seeing a need for it. So I take the fact that people were pursuing this legislation as evidence that this is the case, which I think is incorrect, which would probably place, to your question, place it entirely up to the mom, basically. If she wants to abort the baby and it has yet to be born, they abort the baby, even if the baby can survive outside the womb, which seems morally incorrect to me.
Yeah, I mean, once it's outside the womb, you can't really make the parasite argument anymore.
Yeah, I think the parasite argument is generally weak.
I think that's an okay argument. I mean, it technically is a parasite, isn't it? It's another living thing that's living off of you.
Technically, it's a parasite until it's allowed to vote, or until you start liking it.
But parasites are other species generally, and they come in and they attach. And that's why, like, the negative connotation comes from it, like something that's not you. In the case of the baby, this is something that's come from you. It hasn't come outside of you and latched onto you and is now draining resources. You followed a course of actions that led to this. I know there's
Well, I
evolution.
mean, you say that, but have you seen any of the Alien movies?
No, look,
Because the parasites in that are literally, they come from you. They even have your DNA.
yeah, but they don't really though. There's something that was injected into them, and they got the alien
Well,
DNA.
you could say the
that's
same
like-
thing about a baby, couldn't you? Half the DNA is injected into you, just like in the Alien movies.
Yeah, but it's from another species. Get over the genetic boundary though. But so maybe a topic that we haven't really covered quite yet that horrifically complicates this matter is I'd like to say everything I've said so far applies to consensual sex. I think what really muddies the waters is cases of rape, pedophilia, and incest. The reason I say it really complicates it, at least for me, is I struggle to think of any consistent line because on the one hand, you know, I certainly say that if you're practicing responsible sex, there's no such thing as an accidental pregnancy. You had to have screwed up somewhere, but rape necessarily isn't that case, is it? In the case of rape, you had no choice, and it's not your fault, and you made no wrong decisions. Yet you have this tremendous responsibility. So I initially want to sympathize and say, yes, if a woman's being raped, then they have the right to abort. But then on the other side of the argument, 6 weeks up until it's a fetus, you've got 6 weeks to make that decision. So do we really need a separate rule that's inconsistent with the other rules in the case of rape? But I don't think we do. There's
Yeah,
also the case
if you've been raped, then you need to check if it made you pregnant as soon as possible. You can't just leave it until you've got a massive bump.
Yeah, but then there's the other side of it, right? Of like, if we're okay with someone of a child of rape being aborted just because they were the product of rape, are we necessarily saying that a child born of rape is worth less than a child consensually conceived? And I'm not quite sure we can make that statement either.
No, I think if you've left it 6 weeks and you haven't bothered to get a test, then you're choosing to take responsibility for anything that happens after that point.
But it is complicated by the trauma, right? Because arguably someone that's the victim of a rape, they're not acting rationally. They could be ashamed of it for multiple reasons. They could not want to share their story with anyone. It could take them like 2-3 months just to like work up the courage to tell a friend about their experience. So I do have a lot of sympathy there.
Sure, we can have sympathy for them, but we can't make laws that revolve around people not behaving rationally. The laws have to be rational.
Hello, Destiny. Hello, Destiny.
That's not Destiny. Rouge, I'd like to get your thoughts on what might be turning into a chauvinistic conversation.
Sorry, deniability.
Yeah.
Who's being a chauvinist?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm often called a chauvinist, so like I try to keep a mental check on where I might be wandering into chauvinistic territory. And generally, when you're speaking about women's rights as a male, you tend to tread somewhere close to there quite often.
I still disagree with that. Just because you're the opposite gender doesn't stop you from having an opinion on anyone's rights, on any group's rights. It goes both ways.
I'd agree, but as a straight white male, I'm of a particular group identity that gives me no right of opinion on pretty much anything politically worthwhile.
Deniability. Can I just throw one thing out there in abortion? I just want to throw something out there.
Oh, hold on. You just joined the Vic? No.
Yeah,
You just joined.
it'll be like a second.
No. 10-minute cooldown. I want to hear from Rouge.
All right. So I think in order to gather my thoughts around the concept of the sub situation of non-consensual sex leading to a pregnancy, I would like to give part of my time to Nivek so I can formulate thoughts on that.
Oh, we can do that. So we can give you some time to think about that. So Nivek, what are your initial thoughts about abortion? Maybe start at the morals and then jump into policy.
No, it's just one thing that rubbed me wrong is with the moral. People talk about it immorally about it being wrong, but these same folks contradict themselves with immoral acts that lead to the cause and effect of people more leaning to abortion, having to resort to doing abortions. You know what I mean?
No.
Out of it's like you're pro-life until people are born, kind of thing. You know, you pass policies that make it a lot harder for the child once they're here. But you're so pro-life. It's like you're pro-life after people are born. It's like you're for. It's like you're for the baby being born just to torture it. You know. It's kind of contradicting and twisted in a way.
What do you
very
mean?
confused.
A lot of inequality policies of social and economic policies that lead to people having hard lives. People
Life is hard,
support that, but they are complaining about immorality with abortion and having that. You know what I mean? I mean, like, at least if you're gonna be about that, at least be about it after the baby's born too, as well as before it. I think it's just but you don't see where I'm coming from?
No, not in the slightest. So let's just break it down slowly here. So you're saying that pro-lifers want abortion to be illegal. I got that part of your gist. And you find them hypocritical because while they describe the act of abortion as immoral, those same pro-lifers are in favor of policy legislation, where I'm confused.
That make it harder for people.
Hold on. Let me frame what what I heard you say, so you can fill in the gaps. So the same pro-lifers that consider abortion immoral are in favor of X legislation or X policy that, in your view, leads to long-term life suffering, and you find this to be axiomatically opposed to their pro-life stance prior to birth.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got the structure of what you're saying.
It should be discussed along those lines.
So now hold on. I've got the structure of what you're saying. Where I'm confused is this X policy, this X legislation. Could you give us an example?
That people society is slanted unfairly economically.
No. Hold on. We disagreed that we're talking about political policy and government regulation, and that people that are anti-abortion and abortion rights are pro something specific that they advocate their government does that, in your view, makes life disproportionately and unfairly difficult. What is this policy?
Oh man, I'm not like a policy buff. I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna be like
Nivek, you see how it might seem disingenuous if you're saying this is the case, but I don't know what policy we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about society, how it's structured.
No.
You don't think
you talk specifically about
inequality?
pro-life people and how they think society should be structured, right or wrong? I'm giving you an opportunity to rephrase, because I thought you were saying people that are pro-life and anti-abortion, they consider abortion to be immoral. So we're talking about that specific subset of the political spectrum. These people,
they vote for economic policies that don't
they
favor
vote
them.
for, okay,
A lot of
what are
them are
these
in poor
what are
are
these
in poor
economic
with
policies?
poor red
No,
states.
no generalizations. You're the one that holds this opinion, so you need to have a reason for holding this opinion. And if I'm understanding your argument correctly, part of having a good reason for having this opinion would be to identify a specific set of legislation or policy formation that you find troublesome. And I think you're absent that currently.
Okay, high tax cuts for the rich.
High tax cuts to the rich. Okay, cool.
And low
Progressive tax
and $7
structures.
an hour wage.
Yeah, progressive tax structures and minimum wages have shown to be economic harms over
Besides,
long periods of time. So, in my view, I'm a person who is pro-life for the most part. I do think uh, abortion is acceptable in the first 6 weeks, but that seems to be the pro-life stance at the moment. It's my understanding that pro-lifers aren't arguing for the abolishment of
what I'm
abortion;
talking
they're
about
arguing
is
for more
pro-life too,
reasonable abortion.
in
I,
doing
don't-
things.
I know, but hold on. So I'm that subset of people you're talking about. I'm pro-life, right? But I do not think the government should be introducing a minimum wage. I don't think they should be disproportionately taxing the rich. Because I think that by disproportionately taxing the rich and introducing a minimum wage, you are hurting the lower
Anyways, at the
classes
end
of
of the day,
society.
society is a way where have people do that. I'm talking about doing things within it that not make people have to resort to those desperate acts of abortion.
Okay, but okay, so now we're talking about something different.
Yeah, I'm not talking
We
about addressing that.
we
How would you
shifted
address that?
from talking about policy, government doing something through fiat to control people in a specific way. We shifted from that to society has a problem with abortions.
Yeah, it's all connected.
Yeah. So yeah, but
It's policy
so
that dictates
so
society.
so minimally we can accept that maybe people who are pro-life aren't also pro-policy that uh, incur suffering, because it's been my experience that whether you're left or right of the political aisle, people generally want to make the situation better. I see distinctly absence a desire to make situations worse. Even though I disagree largely with left-wing policy, specifically
Okay,
left-wing
that's cool.
economic policies, because I think they're mathematically flawed. I don't think anyone on the left that's punting these bad policies is doing so with a malicious vendetta. I think they do so genuinely wanting to make the world a better place. And I think that's true of the right as well. They just disagree on how to make the world a better place.
Yeah, because things in cause and effect lead up to abortion. And I'm kind of like going down the line. People are more talking about at that point, oh no, what do you do? Do you keep the baby or you not keep the baby?
So
And things happen down the line and cause and effect to resort to people making those decisions of having an abortion, where you can probably do things that can dramatically lean towards having much less abortions. But some people, it doesn't seem like they care about that. It's almost like they just talk about either you do this or you do that culturally.
Do you mind if I ask how wages and taxes lead to more abortions?
Poverty? These don't lead to more abortions?
Well, can't you say the same about murder? You can say the same about anything, any crime. Crime tends to happen more often in lower class areas than in higher class areas, isn't it? You can't
Yeah,
say
but I'm just talking
we
about
need.
improving society for people
You
to
can't
have
say
less
we need to
abortion.
make murder legal and actually address the root causes of the murder instead. It's like, oh no, murder needs to be legal. Full stop. Doesn't matter why you're doing it. You shouldn't be doing it.
Well, okay, I get you. You mean like hard stance and different stances, because some people they have arguments of rape and stuff, but I don't know about having a hard stance on abortion.
So, do you think abortion should be legal then?
I guess it depends.
Sounds to me like you don't really have a strong opinion on it. Hey, what happened
No, you
to
can't.
deny?
You can't
Wait,
be
what?
like that.
There's deniability. Wait, who was the guy moderating? Was it deniability or someone else?
Yeah, it was him.
The moderator's just gone. Hey, Pangburn, are you there? No? Okay. I think the stream's ended.
Sorry about coming so late. I didn't know that it was on your channel.
I've just noticed on YouTube the stream has 8 likes and 5 dislikes. Can anyone perhaps elaborate on why it has such a bad likes to dislikes ratio?
Who
Because
cares?
I only just hopped on, so I don't know if something really bad was said earlier.
I don't
No,
think
I
that matters.
think so far the discussion was really varied. I really enjoyed the variety of approaches that everyone had, and nothing too controversial was
Where do you
said.
think all the dislikes are coming from?
Group people who are just biased in their opinion.
So, Niv, it sounds like you don't really have a strong opinion. Am I correct, sir?
On making a choice between having an abortion and not really. I guess it all depends.
So one
I
of
can't
the
say I can't be absolute in that decision. That's how come I wanted to more talk about things in society that could
one of the
things to make life better.
situations one of the situations, Nivek, that was being discussed is whether in the case of whether in the case of non-consensual sex, if that results in a pregnancy, should that be treated any differently than existing abortion rights for consensual sex? And the two comments that
Hang on a
have
minute. Wait, sorry. Did
Uh,
you just say consensual?
no, I don't think so. But that would have been
I think you
funny.
did.
Sorry, I had some internet issues there. But I think I mostly finished my point there, Nivik. So yeah, I don't think it's accurate to say people who are pro-life are somehow pro-government policies that equate
Oh,
to
dude,
suffering.
we moved past that ages ago.
Okay.
You've been gone for like half an hour.
Been gone for like 5 minutes, half an hour. Okay, cool. So, Rouge, has this half an hour interlude given you enough time to think about how you feel about abortion as it pertains to rape?
Yeah, more than enough time. And again, it overlaps on policy, or on the political aspect of the debate or the discussion. Because if we're approaching it around policy, then I don't think an exception should be made on current rules. But there are but there's no doubt that it is an exceptional situation. I just don't think legislation should dictate how to approach that exceptional situation.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So let me give you a more complicated exceptional situation. Recently, well, not recently, it was some years ago, but serves a purpose. I read a story about a deranged father who had imprisoned his daughter from the age of like 12 or 11 and had repeatedly raped her and fathered 3 children in this fashion. And when this all came to light, she was 4 months pregnant with his latest child. How do you feel about her right to abort?
Yeah, that's a extremely tricky situation.
That's her right.
If we're talking about someone who's underage, then that's a whole other discussion, I think. And it also most definitely raises the one clause of causing undue harm, or potential, life-threatening pregnancy. And I know that depends highly on the age of the victim in question, but I don't think rape is the exceptional, or rape or incest. I don't think that's the exceptional circumstance here as much as the issue that it would be an underage mother.
I had been thinking the same thing before also, actually, with that question.
So I'm not quite sure I understand the perspective here. Are you necessarily saying that the daughter should have the right to abort, or that right should be made by a doctor or someone else, or
The woman.
no? But the reason confused is we brought the age up, and I think you said the age seems to complicate the matter, and I wasn't clear which way she thought it complicated it.
No, she said that's another
Right.
story.
So the way I see that it complicates it is in the question of whether that pregnancy would cause harm to the mother, to the child.
So let's extend it to a thought experiment of the pregnancy won't cause harm. She could carry the child to term. It's just she's so traumatized after having been abused for nearly a decade and forced to have children against her will,
Well,
that she just doesn't want to go through that.
That trauma is, I think, part of the harm that needs to be considered. And I know it's a stretch, but life-threatening includes the potential for like suicidal depression.
Okay, I see that.
Deniability. If she feels like having a kid, that's on her.
Yeah.
No,
well,
I'm saying she wants to abort.
That's it.
How do we? And what I'm specifically looking for is how do we find a consistent line? Because I'm desperately trying to hold on to the line of abortion's fine up till a couple of weeks, and there's no exception to that. And I think, as it pertains to, I don't want to use this word, but like, it's a adult rape. I don't want to say usual fashion of rape.
Deniability. Can I ask you a question? If a
Oh,
woman's raped and she doesn't want to have a kid, will
Hang
you
on,
say?
let him finish.
Hold on. So as it pertains to like adult rape, as it were, I think I can still hold on to my 6-week line, even though there are some trauma reasons to put to that, but I think Mace raises a good point that we shouldn't be constructing society based on traumatized individuals. We should try to seek to help them, and I can see some psychological interventions that can happen there to perhaps address that. But in this particular, ultimately very niche and very exceptional scenario, I do see some problems. But what I'm looking for is a way to hold on to that consistent line, because if we're having this discussion on a moral level, the reason I'm so confounded on this issue is I'm struggling with a morally consistent line to stick to.
If a woman gets raped and she wants to have the kid, what would you say? And she doesn't want to have the kid.
I'd say she's got 6 weeks to decide.
Right.
Would you? I mean, how would you feel? Would you be okay with her having an abortion?
After 6 weeks, no.
Okay, so you would be okay with her having an abortion? I mean, right after like she's raped.
Yes, yeah. 6 weeks into pregnancy, I think. I mean, ideally, I'd wanted a conception, but I want a consistent line over my ideal line, and practically, I realize that minimally, abortion should be legal. It should be legal to prevent the negative externalities of it being illegal and people practicing coat hanger abortions. So minimally, it should be illegal from that aspect for me. I mean, it should be legal from that aspect. And then the next question becomes, how far should we extend that into the pregnancy?
That's not
And
the only aspect.
well, I said the next aspect. I said the next aspect is how far should we extend that into the pregnancy, and I think that should be 6 weeks, because that's when it starts being a clump of cells and starts being a fetus. And I think most miscarriages happen in that first 6 to 8 week period as well. So yeah,
I'm
it just
saying
seems
rape can be validated in a person thinking that they can just go around raping women and having them have their kids, and and being the father to that child.
what are you misunderstanding there, Nivik? I didn't say anything approximating that.
No, I'm saying that it can validate abortion by people believing that they can just rape a woman and have a kid with them.
The rape is still illegal, so they'll go to prison anyway.
Yeah, that's the part I'm not like getting over. How does rape validate abortion?
Well, they'll have a kid.
I came at the right time. That's what she said.
Yeah, but they're not going to
No,
see the kid. They'll be in prison.
You say you're against it because of like coat hangers, but I'm saying there's also another aspect of being against it in people thinking, well, I want a kid and I rape women and have kids with them. I'll have a kid.
You won't. You'll be in prison.
And the woman,
Well,
if she chooses
you
to
can-
not
you
have
could-
the kid, has 6 weeks to terminate.
Well, it depends
Also,
where you're at. If you'll be in
the
prison,
courts always side with
You
the
might not
woman
be
when
in
it comes
prison.
to child support, so she'll be
You
able
won't-
to
you
keep
won't
the
be in prison.
child and get money off of her rapist.
rape in some countries is okay, so you don't say that you will be in prison.
Okay, I assumed we were talking about the countries, our own countries. I didn't know we meant worldwide, because obviously
A lot of
worldwide,
women-
that's
A lot of women are raped, and
there are some countries that are
A
just
lot of women are raped, and they're punished for their rape.
Nivik, hold on. Take a moment to think about how you want to link this specific thing.
Yeah,
I think where everyone's confused is you're making the claim.
No, you said you're against abortion because women will use coat hangers, and I said that that's not the only reason to be against it, because it'll validate men raping
I didn't say
women
that,
and
Nivik.
just thinking that they can have a kid with the women.
So
And he
Nivik,
says that they'll be punished. And I
Nivik.
said in some countries they're not always punished.
Nivik, I hold on. That's where you went wrong. I didn't say that. I said I am against abortion being, and this is a critical word, illegal. Because when it's illegal, you get negative outcomes such as coat hanger abortions, which I'd like to prevent. So even though I'd be anti-abortion from wanting, having taken the view that life starts at conception. I recognize that there's a tremendous amount of harm that propagates if it is illegal, and therefore, minimally, I want abortion to be legal so that it's safely practiced. That's what I said. I didn't say I'm against abortion. It was a little bit more nuanced than that. But IP, you've been sitting here a while. I'd like to get your opinion, and then we can move on to Travis.
It's not IP, it's air.
Whenever someone
I
has a
see.
name that is unreasonable to pronounce, it gets pronounced the way I choose to pronounce it. And I choose to pronounce it IP.
So it's IP.
The worst is when someone comes in with 444-47787, and then you say one of the numbers wrong, and they're like, "No, man, you got it wrong." I'm just like, dude, why did you pick that name?
If your name has no easy way to pronounce, you give me rights to pronounce it however I choose. So, IP, you were telling us about your views on abortions.
I personally think that till the time the human entity or is the formation of human entity happens only after that thing is out of womb. So till the time it's inside the womb, it's not a human, it's not a baby, and so we cannot apply the idea of it being having that personal liberty till the time it's not out of mother's body. So, in my opinion,
you think?
Yes.
So
So in my
do you think humanity is location based?
You don't believe that.
I'm asking. Because in your example, like, you could maybe make a tenuous argument when the baby can't survive outside the mother's womb, but generally the last 2 to 4 weeks of pregnancy, the baby has a good chance of surviving outside the mother's womb. So,
yeah,
in
that doesn't.
your case, then humanity is purely location dependent.
No,
because it's inside the womb versus outside the womb.
Go ahead.
No. Humanity is dependent on the personal freedom. Till means the voluntary ability of a human. Like the moment a human baby comes out of womb, it has this voluntary ability to do things. So before till the time it's inside the mother's womb, it is not separated enough to have that individual voluntary ability. So I define individual human only when it's separated from separated from the mother. So that separation is the defining factor for me.
What happens
And
if an adult gets paralyzed from the neck down? Are they still alive to you?
Yes, because they've been born.
No, so, Travis, before you answer your weird and wonderful line there, IP, let me ask you, what do you think is happening when a baby kicks in the mother's womb? Is that an action that the mother's initiating, or an action that the child's initiating?
It's not a child; it's a fetus.
A fetus. So
we need to. Here's where I need to
so
really
when it's
interject, man.
When it's inside womb, the voluntary ability is present, but it's not separated completely to be deemed as individual. So when it's out, then only. So separation is the only true indication of formation of another individual. And when you're talking about support in society which is unavoidable interrelations between individuals is a distinct function which is not connected directly with the inherency of being a human individual.
Umbilical cord, how's that?
So let's bring Travis in here, because I think
Sure.
you share this opinion with Travis, and maybe he can provide the line I'm
So-
looking for, even though it's the second time I've heard it.
Yeah. So when And let's first start with this. The topic's abortion rights, right? So essentially, you're asking, when do we tell a woman that she cannot abort the fetus that's growing in her body? So I just want to ask first, deniability, what has been the general consensus today?
General consensus has been abortion's only okay if the life of the mother is at risk, with a few considered exceptions. So
Really?
we were trying to find a consistent line. I think most
Okay.
people are happy with somewhere between conception and 6 weeks. The people that were more conception have mostly left the room, like Grim and all that.
Right.
I think Rouge was in agreement as well.
Okay.
But generally, Chick and Zombie were very much of the women's rights issues, and Chick gave her explanation of why just minimally the psychological comfort of the knowledge that she could have an abortion.
Right.
It gave her psychological easing navigating the world as a female.
So
sexually active.
So let me ask this question. Generally, as this conversation is carried on, so say a woman found out she was pregnant, she did the pregnancy test, and she's pregnant, but she's been pregnant for a bit. So if she went to go get an abortion because she wasn't ready to have a child, you're saying the general consensus was that would be immoral?
Yes.
Oh, yikes!
But
Okay.
people seem to be fine when pushed on the subject up to 6 weeks. I'm leaning more towards 6 weeks than 26 weeks. And the 6 weeks line is specifically when people are going along with that, because that's when it's a fetus and not a zygote.
Yeah.
And then it's obviously the 26-week line for neuron formation and pain experience.
Yeah, pain neuron formation and delivery. It's the that, yeah, and that's around 26 weeks. So let me tell you my perspective, based on my moral foundation, maximizing well-being for myself and those around me. I want to give women the absolute amount of freedom that I can, based in my moral foundation. Now, at no point when I'm looking at a fetus am I looking at it as a baby or a child. What I look at it as is a potential baby or a potential child. And I know we have colloquialisms where people will walk up to a pregnant woman, they'll touch her stomach and be like, "Oh, I can feel your baby kicking." I think that's a colloquial adoption that I don't think has helped this whole moral dilemma of being pregnant and potentially canceling your pregnancy, terminating it. So my moral foundation tells me, when I'm thinking about maximizing well-being for myself and those around me, which actually is a contract with human beings, born human beings, and I underline that because I think it's consistent with human law. And what I mean by that is that when, due to birthing difficulties, we typically don't view, childbirth situations that don't come to fruition. Like if there's what's it called? A miscarry that happens, and, they have to try again. There's a difference in weight than if that baby had been born, as opposed to that baby not have been born. There's a way we think about that differently in society. So when I take all that into consideration, my moral contract, so this is outside of my moral contract with humanity. My individual moral contract with the fetus is that I want to give maximum freedom to the fetus carrier, the woman, but I also am taking into consideration that this is a potential life and a potential baby, potential child, potential adult, potential contributor, potential maximizer of well-being. So what I say is, if a woman wants to get an abortion for any reason, I think I want to play beach volleyball next weekend, and I'm 18 weeks pregnant, I'm going to get an abortion. I have no problem with that. If she and then once she gets up to that 26 week mark, once we can demonstrate through the scientific method that this fetus has gone from not having a nervous system that can experience suffering to one that can, then that woman is locked into a partnership with the fetus. They are now two separate entities. Now, the fetus is not a baby at that point. It's not a child. It is an entity that deserves a chance to become a human life. And human life, as I would describe it, and I think our laws do as well, we count them in the census when they are born. I say at 26 weeks, once the pain neuron system is able to deliver, she is in a partnership. She is not allowed to terminate that pregnancy. She can give it up for adoption. Now, I've created this new term that I think needs to be added into this conversation called subation, because a lot of people will say, oh, that person they had to have an abortion, 1 week before their due date because they, the fetus was killing them for some reason. Something was happening. And they couldn't save it, but they had to save the mother by killing it. And then some people will call that an abortion, but I think a new term altogether needs to be created. And I call that a subation. I outlined it in my podcast about this. So at any point, just 1 second, let me finish. At any point in that spectrum after 26 weeks, a subation is 100% allowed if necessary to save the carrying mother. But I view those entities separate at that date.
So where I thought you could maybe help IP out there is IP. I understand you separated that as 26 weeks, but he doesn't separate at 26 weeks. And his separation is line of
stomach.
birth.
And that's where I would say, if you're going to start aborting fetuses after 26 weeks, you're causing unnecessary suffering to an entity, and I view that as immoral as, if someone was torturing a dog, right? We still have individual moral contracts with animals, as far as I'm concerned, different contracts with different animals. Like if I catch a mouse and step on its head, not many people are going to have a problem with that, because mice carry disease, and we set mouse traps to kill them. But it would be a lot different if people were stepping on the heads of cats, right? If you've seen that recent documentary, ain't
the umbilical cord still a connection? Ain't the umbilical cord still a connection?
Nivik, just don't derail this, man. That's not.
No. I'm responding to him saying baby. I'm not derailing it.
Let Eep respond.
Yes, Pangburn, this is a very beautiful way you've defined this problem, and this idea of subation is very interesting. I would say. But my point here was that the mother is the child is in the umbrella after 26 weeks. Also, it's inside mother, and mother is holding all the rights on the child. Even if you call it a partnership, but mother's life is more important in my view.
Yes.
As it is a human entity already in place.
Yes, let me
So
clarify
if the mother
something.
wants to end that life,
well, this is why I say it's still a fetus. It's not it at that point when they separate, in my view of this, the fetus doesn't become a baby or a child or a human at all. She is still supreme in my moral contract because she has been born. This potential human, this potential life is on its way to being that, but it has to be born into the legal census in order for us to sign our moral contract. Because if you look at how we even view and act towards pregnant people versus how we act towards little infants and babies, it's much different. There are some strange analogies and metaphors you can create about the woman's pregnancy experience and some people have equated it to parasitical, which I think is just it's cynicism. but you can also think of it as like, and let me just get a little like poetic a little bit. Just think of the fucking beauty and majesty of having that biological ability to grow the next Shakespeare or the next loving mother or the next serial killer inside through this beautiful biological process. And I find the whole process to be a thing of skeptical beauty to go through this to try to suss out and figure out how. And let me just say something. This is a really good topic to see how strong your moral foundation actually is, and how it relates to the law of the land and to your idea of freedom. Because guys like Ben Shapiro, they end up shooting themselves in the foot because they want to take away. They're not focused in the absolute freedom of the carrier. They're not focused on that. They all of a sudden start forgetting about freedom, and they don't worry about that. What they are more focused on is this majestic view of a fertilized egg or a fetus.
But that's how the right is, though.
Hold on. I think it's a bit of a straw man, though. Like,
tell me why. Let's go.
I don't think that they're specifically obfuscating. I think what they're doing is they're saying, everyone has freedom, but no one has freedom from consequence. And there are consequences to irresponsible sexual practice. And one of those consequences is unexpected pregnancy. And
that's not a consequence to everyone, deniability. So first of all, that's not a so
it's a causal relation.
It's a causal relation. Yes.
You need to let a sperm get through.
Yes.
To a fertile egg to fall pregnant. In this day and age, there are ways of avoiding that. And if you while nothing's 100% accurate, 100% proof, I still maintain the argument that if you rack and stack protection, if you use like an IUD and then you're using a condom and say the pill or the spermicide or there's a whole bunch of things, and then it all ends with you can get your tubes tied or your balls snipped. There are so many ways to go about it, but people like seem to want to hold on to the right to be fertile and then like not have their tubes tied, and then they don't want to accept the responsibility of what being fertile means, and they don't want to accept the burden of practicing responsible sexual practice such that you don't fall pregnant while you're fertile. That's just a person that's making consecutively poor decisions.
Wait a second. But
I don't know how.
Yeah, it's human.
Now
it's
you're
human.
charged.
A special right.
So
mistakes happen.
Let me respond. So your charge of poor decisions, that's a moral claim,
human.
Right? Just wait, Nevek. Jesus. Stop coming in with the one-liners. You'll get your shot. So you say poor decision. What if I was to tell you that a lot of people don't look at that abortion in those early stages as a big deal?
then that's fine if it's within. I think you really have to do a lot of mental acrobatics to argue for conception. I'd like to argue for conception, but I don't see a way of doing it. So I think
wait a sec.
at best I
What
could
do you
argue
mean? What do you mean by that? Argue for conception.
For life starting a conception as opposed to 6 weeks.
Oh
or
yeah, no.
26 weeks.
Sorry, I'm just saying deniability. You were outlining all these ways that we have to keep from getting pregnant. But if a whoopsie happens and an abortion occurs, now that culture has lessened the stigma on this, a lot of people don't view this as a big deal. Like I don't view an abortion as a big deal if there was a whoopsie.
Yeah, but if we brought the laws back down to 6 weeks and no more, it would force people to take a more serious view. Because one of the things Chick Vicious mentioned when she was talking about how Roe v. Wade gave her psychological comforts, being a sexually active female adult. One of the challenges I put to her was, absent Roe v. Wade, did she think she would have to consider abortion and her sexual practice far more seriously? She said yes.
So deniability. You might have some women that hold that perspective, but you might have others that. Sorry, Chick, you were trying to get in there. Then Nivik.
Sorry. Oh no, just agreeing.
And then Nivik.
Nivik, what do you got, brother?
I was asking Ipe. He says it's connected to the woman if it's inside the woman, and I was just wondering about umbilical cord connection. Aren't they still connected technically?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to disagree with that, brother. But
like you can't have the baby out and the umbilical cord detached and just say, like if it dies, then like if you kill it, then it can't be the same.
So anyways, I guess oh, sorry, Eep.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on your what you said. So, if we, that incubation period, what you're talking about is a potential human.
Of course,
potential human who can form into a real living human.
Yeah, correct.
So, if we take it to the other extreme, what you're talking about, potential human was the potential human from the very start, from the very moment the coitus happened.
Yeah.
So if you're taking it to if I take it to the other extreme, so by your logic we should also ban condom use, because each time a person uses a condom, you are hindering in the formation of a potential human. So what I was talking about a human who has voluntary ability to perform movements and functions. So
right,
human is an entity who has the voluntary ability, who can perform functions. So
okay,
for me that is a human, and abortion is okay because we are not killing a human, we are killing a potential human, and potential human we have been killing by this use of condom or use of any kind. So you see, I'm bringing it to the other extreme.
I know
your idea.
Yeah, let me clear
if
it up.
you cock block a guy in the middle of sex.
So when in my moral foundation, freedom, maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you, freedom of those individuals to either use or not use something, condom or whatever, is important for them to have that freedom and choose to either have children or not. So that, like someone jerking off and the potential of the next Einstein being lost in that, right out on the towel, that doesn't factor in. We're not, you're going back too far outside of the abortion conversation. Like, we're no longer talking about abortion.
I think we shouldn't be talking about abortion. In my view, we shouldn't be talking about abortion, because abortion is, for me, is equal to seizing the existence of a potential human. So abortion is not a separate entity for me. Is under the umbrella of the idea that seizing the existence of potential human. So in that this term, this abortion is also part of it. So we as a as an individual, as a human individual who has full right to exercise our personal liberty, whether we want to seize the existence of a potential human. So you see, I'm able to justify my idea that abortion is valid even after your in subation period.
Okay, so you're
till the time it's not out of womb, we can kill it. We can kill that.
Yeah.
That
So
till the time it's not out and breathing.
Yeah. So deniability's charge against you on that, of whether you fall into that charge, and I think deniability's charge stands in that you're making an argument that one day before the original due date, that thing should be allowed to be eradicated, even though I'm still not calling it human until it's born, and the law doesn't either. But when you're going to say that is you're allowing that to be hacked away. Just think of what you're saying with regards to the distance and location, like deniability was saying, of that fetus that has not been born.
Okay.
And why and think of the suffer. Just one more thing, and think of the suffering that will take place in that entity when you abort it.
So let's look at it in a different way.
Yeah.
So if we say that the moment if condom was not used and coitus happened, so it was the chance of formation of a potential human, chance of formation of human, which is potential human, was, let's say, 2% or 5%. You're saying that if we end that chance just one day prior to formation of that human, the chance of formation was, let's take 98%, 95%, or 99%. So you are saying that if we are killing, if we are not allowing it when the chance was 99%, so we are doing a bigger, there is a greater moral hazard there than killing. So that's an interesting, very interesting proposition that grading it on the basis of chance of formation of another human. So if we say that but still what I'm arguing is, even if the chance of formation of human is very high one day prior to it, and that that potential is so high that a human is just going to form, I still will say that it's still under the human living has that right to exercise his or her personal liberty.
Okay.
And owns it. So I will still side on this, even if the chance is very high. I will still side on a living entity having his or her personal liberty, because for me that personal liberty, exercise of personal liberty, is far more higher than formation of as great as chance of potential
deniability.
So let me frame this here. Like, within your example you just used, where we're in disagreements is where that 100% marker is, right? So for
Yes.
me, location makes no difference on that 100% marker. For me, what is clear is somewhere between conception and the child being able to survive outside the womb without the mother's assistance. Somewhere between conception and that point, we can have an argument about where abortion is okay.
Yeah, so deniability.
What's clear to me is past that point, we can't have an argument, because when that baby, when that fetus can survive without assistance outside the womb, there's little difference between that baby and a baby that for some reason is different because it passed through the mother's vagina in the appropriate timing. They will still require the same level of support and nurture and care as any other child once they can survive outside the womb, and that clearly happens. Clearly, we know that to clearly be the case before birth. It's uncertain, like it's case dependent on how long that is before the birth date, but we know for sure that it is before the birth date.
I just want to.
That's why your position is problematic, because your 100% is incorrect.
Yeah, Nivik, I hear you. I just want to say for one thing, something really helpful in this conversation, like in this case, if you could outline what your moral foundation is, like how you're determining what is right and wrong, that will add a lot of clarity to how you're coming to this conclusion. So if you could tell us what your moral foundation is, that would be awesome.
My moral means my idea of morality here is very simple, that it is morally contemptible to take away someone's personal liberty, if I have to say it in one line. For the personal liberty of a living entity it has to be protected, and the moment we are not protecting it, we are doing a very very fundamental, what we can say, that there's a fundamental moral wrong there.
And how do you reconcile laws and jail?
Laws, see, we shouldn't be talking in terms of law. We should be talking in terms of principle. Laws are.
So I'm just asking, you just described your moral foundation. I'm just asking to understand how you reconcile those specific things outside of this conversation. I'm just asking how your moral foundation comes into contact when we do actually decide to take liberty and freedoms away from people.
Okay. So you're saying that the moment my liberty is taken away, how exactly it's doing moral wrong to me? Is that what you're
sure like because if your moral foundation is going to be based on the principles of it being bad if someone loses their liberty, then we're gonna come into we potentially will come up to a point where you may say laws themselves are immoral, like laws that we would enforce.
Yes, laws are based on some people deciding what is right and wrong.
So do you call laws
what
immoral?
what I think right and yes, continue.
So you just, it sounded like you were willing to qualify that you think that laws are in fact immoral.
Laws can be immoral because it is some people deciding what is right and wrong. There cannot be any law which can be right and wrong for every individual. So laws they are by nature flawed. By nature, they are they don't have the capacity to take every person's right or wrong.
Now, let me ask you, based on your moral foundation, is it?
They can
is
try.
it-
They can try, but they will never. They will
So-
not always reach there.
if you if you steal from another and you get caught stealing and they want to lock you up for say 1 year, would that be an immoral law?
That is an immoral law in my view, because
Interesting.
stealing is my. See, it's a very. I'm saying a controversial thing.
Yeah.
So, but
Definitely.
if I want to steal.
That's
So
okay.
if
I'm glad you're being brave. Thank you.
So if I want to steal, it's my. I'm exercising my personal liberty. I want something and I cannot have it, so I'm stealing it. So law has no one has right in my limited span of life to force me to not do something and jail me. Yes, it will be wrong against the person of whom I'm stealing. Means the thing, the thing of the person of whom I'm stealing the thing, but it will be wrong for me if they are putting me in jail. See, like I said, that laws cannot be universal. It cannot fit for it cannot be everyone's right and wrong, right or wrong. So laws cannot be made for everyone, in my opinion. And
So
there cannot be there can be a moral basis, but that morality will not apply for everyone.
It's important to consider that jails and prisons are a relatively new thing. When the world was less populated, the solution to people that broke laws was banishment from the village, tribe, or city, which more often than not meant death, because to survive alone was a death sentence. So, absent a jail and prison system, which we at least attempt to put people away, rehabilitate them, food them, house them, clothe them, provide for their basic needs. As much as you might see that as immoral, it seems to be the case that absent that system, the only other solution we have, because people clearly don't want such individuals in a functioning society, is to banish them from that society, and that comes with it a whole other set of problems, which I'm sure you'd agree with.
So there's a solution for it. I thought of a solution for this, that how can we safeguard a criminal's personal liberty uh, without without that criminal affecting the society in which he or she was living before. So if a criminal was living in a certain society and was not abiding by the rules and was creating trouble for other people, so that person was by some law was uh, considered a criminal. Now that criminal needs to be sent to a different island or a different place. Jail is a new system, like you said, deniability. But in my the solution here can be that those people who are not abiding by the rules of the society should be sent to a different island where they can create their own society. We
But
cannot put them in jails, and we cannot force things on them. In that island, they can form their own new morals and new opinions and fight with each other and survive,
yeah, but
and live their life because they have right to life.
The story of the world is such, right? The British famously colonized Australia as a prison island. I believe Reunion Island and Mauritius, parts of Madagascar, various small islands in South America. They've all been used as prison islands. The problem is, empire has ceased. Countries' borders have expanded to the point where there's no more free land. Someone has a say in all the lands available. So there is no island to send these people to. The best thing we could probably approximate by way of banishment in today's terms is to disallow you access to society. So you can't create a bank account, can't own property, can't use currency, can't purchase anything in any stores. The only means you have to survival is yourself in the wild. Can't go buy a knife or a gun to help you out, because that's engaging with society, right? So that's the best we can approximate, and I think that would be a far greater harm than putting people in prison and attempting to rehabilitate them, however poorly we do that.
I'm against this term called prison. We shouldn't be sending them to prison or in any kind of confinement, because no government or no law has the right to put anyone in any kind of confinement and
So
that
who
way. So
ameliorates
the island which
violating
you're talking about a practical problem.
No,
Which you
but
were saying
the thing
something.
is, if you get, so let's just say you're against jail systems, right? How do you ameliorate me violating your liberty?
Guys, this is turning into a debate about law and order instead of abortion.
But
we're digressing,
it's critical to his point on abortion, though, because he's taking an extreme libertarian
Yeah.
perspective. At least he thinks. What I'm trying to get him to understand is that that as much as libertarians argue for freedom, they don't argue for freedom from consequence.
I think he's actually making an anarchist argument.
There needs to be some sort of mechanism that ameliorates when individuals violate each other's liberty.
He's going to trap himself.
That's the purpose of law. And in law,
yes, I am actually making an anarchist argument here.
Okay.
So I'm actually making an anarchist argument here, and I am against this term called prison. We shouldn't be, no government or no authority has right to put anyone under any kind of confinement. And the practical problem which you were talking about, that we don't have islands, in earlier days they used to have prison islands, so we shouldn't be calling them prison in first place. These criminals who were not able to function in those societies, the earlier societies they were part of, now they should be put in a different island, and then they can do whatever they want to do there. Like, they can form their own new society, they can fight with each other and form their own new rules, because they have the right to live in this limited period of time we have on this earth. So
we
cannot.
Where is this land? Like, where do you want to put these people?
Where we can put them? Okay, this is the practical problem. I'm not talking in practical terms. This is the idea here, that I'm not talking exactly the name of the island where we can put them, but if the government is deciding to be a true liberal space, they can pick these criminals and create an island, or create a place where they can put these people, where they can have their own new rules, and not, if they are not ready to follow the rules of society.
Does a thief deserve to be killed by a murderer?
I'll give you this before we'll move on and back to the topic. You're certainly consistent in your theoreticals. I think anarchism is as theoretical as your other theoreticals you're posing, and I think we're going to have to agree on this one. But we've had some more people join since we went down that tangent. Datsu, the Big Lebowski, and I'm just going to choose to say Buffer. Buffer, I think you've been waiting the longest. Would you like to chime in on abortion? Buffer's still warming up.
That's actually Mace, brother.
Is that Mace?
He fucking changed that on you.
I didn't realize you were talking about me. Wait, what did you call me? Did you
He
call
said
me after?
Baffa. I'm gonna choose to call you Baffa. He changed it when we were fighting about how to pronounce Eep.
Cloxolator Rooney, is that his
Yes,
Baffa Cloxolator Rooney?
I didn't know who you were talking to because you didn't say my whole name.
No. With a name like that, you give me artistic license to pronounce it however I choose.
Just give deniability a break. He's South African, so.
Yes. In Africa, we come from shithole countries with our shithole education system. So, Mr. Lebowski.
I'm happy to steal the mic again if you want me to.
Now, I want to hear from the Big Lebowski. You're on punishment for confusing me. I'm stoned. You can't do that to me in these chats.
Yeah, well, what's the question?
Abortion rights. Where do you land?
You know what? I think people need to have control over their own bodies. I personally have no issue with it.
And so you're fine all the way up to birth.
Well, I mean, if
Like,
it's like if it was like dependent on, you know, like saving the mother's life, yeah. Do I? Here's the thing, and like, how many women do you think carry a child for 8 months and all of a sudden like, oh yeah, let's just fucking let's just scoop it out and get on with our lives. Like, I don't think that's a very often
Yeah, it's not common, but the
case.
question is should a woman be able to do that? Should she be legally allowed if she wants?
I think, I mean, coming that close to where it's basically is a viable human at that point, not like a clump of cells. That's there's definitely some gray area there. I don't necessarily have the answer.
That might just be the consistent line I've been fucking looking for. Thank you for that. You just triggered a thought there for me, because what I've always struggled with is, um, when you're talking abortion, like I immediately accept, I can't move past this, that it needs to be legal. It can't be
Yeah.
illegal because there's too much harm propagated from it being illegal. And if we're saying, well, let's have a consequentialist look at it and say, if it's legal, for sure it's wrong if you have a healthy functioning child at 8.5 months pregnant to go get an abortion. Sorry, Travis, a healthy functioning fetus.
No. Well, at that point, it's no
Like,
longer a fetus. A fetus is a specific stage.
yeah, but at the same time, I think the numbers are that small that it outweighs the negative externalities of abortion being illegal. So if I'm looking at it from a consequentialist perspective, on one side of the aisle, maybe you have 100 negative outcomes. On the other side of the aisle, you have like 5 negative outcomes. So yeah, I could probably get behind pro-choice like that fairly consistently, I hope.
I can
Yeah.
even say, like, when I was younger, like me and the girl I was with, we did have an abortion. I ended up marrying her and we had a daughter later, but at the time we were like, I was 18 and she was 19, and like we were in school, and it would not have worked out, So I think it's like 5 weeks or something, 5 to 6 weeks kind of abortion, and that was,
You see,
I think.
I'm perfectly happy with that line, because like up to 6 weeks, it's still compass cells. I still think I like to try and make an argument for like potential, but yeah, no, definitely. Thank you for
See,
that thought. It definitely had some progress in my thinking on the matter.
and I mean, that's the thing. I would grant past 6 weeks too. I mean, just for the idea of, a woman missing her period twice, So they're like, because there are things that you can literally, like, I mean, sometimes people who just don't know. They've never been, they've never had like good sex ed classes, and they just don't know. They're like, oh, I just missed my period this month. Something might be weird, like without like understanding this is not uncommon. So I would grant longer than 6 weeks personally.
Yeah. No, like my general moral framework is a consequentialist one, to propagate the least harm, and you do have to look at the whole equation over time. And if I'm looking at it from that perspective, yeah, I think far more harm comes from abortion being illegal than it being legal all the
Yeah,
way up
yeah,
to 9 months.
yeah.
No,
Could I chime in
I'm
on that?
pleased.
Sorry,
Yes, go for it, Rouge.
uh, just on that thought of wanting to prolong the 6 week period. It sounds to me like we would be addressing uh, a an education problem with providing leeway or providing a reason to not obtain the instinct to get yourself checked out after 1 month, when that problem should be addressed a little bit more closer to the root of it, is the way I see it.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but I don't think that takes away from the fact that that is the case that we currently find ourselves in, and that's
It is.
yeah. And to me, that's my hanging point. Like, because fundamentally we could all want things to be a certain way, but we just have to deal with what actually is the case. And I think that's where gray areas come in.
And education, for me, even though I see it as the obvious solution, it's got a fundamental problem, and it just doesn't work effectively. I think a couple weeks back we were having a conversation, and there was a very ardent Christian in the room, and we're talking about sex ed in high school or something like that. And he was of the opinion that we should not be teaching kids anything about human reproductive practices, that we should be that this was the cause of all the sexual wrong, and we should be instead teaching kids about how animals procreate and hoping that they connect the dots to them, which I think is just like going to make the situation worse. But there's a clear problem in delivering the education to the masses, as it were. That's just one of what I assume are a great many roadblocks in the way of rational education getting through.
Well, this is assuming that the approach is to deliver education to the masses rather than, and it's going on a tangent, so I apologize in advance, rather than establishing the responsibility on those raising a growing human to provide that kind of education. And it's a lack of accountability problem.
Here's a challenge, and let me take the context to South Africa. I work a lot in with civil rights campaigns, basically educating people in South Africa about personal rights, what they mean, what democracy is, what their right to vote is, because many people in South Africa just don't understand the Constitution. They've been either under colonial rule or apartheid rule. They've got no concept of personal rights. Like what you would see as a clear violation of personal rights, they're like, this is just daily life. Like, and it doesn't bring them the psychological harm, it brings you seeing it. So like this idea that of personal rights and your own personal responsibility is very much an educated idea. It's an idea that the West holds, and the problem in establishing laws and all that is, if your only solution is that everyone's perfectly rational and you can rationally inform them about all these laws, if that's your only solution, and then you go, okay, when you break the laws, you put them in jail, there's something problematic with that, because people need to, like, something important with the law is criminal intent, and it's hard to like prove intent if people don't know there is actually like wrong against the law, and that's on the onus of rational education. And rational education, it's demonstrated failure. Sorry, I'm a little bit stoned. I know I went off track there. I'm trying to think of how I was meant to link it back, but it's evaporated like smoke. Badal 2, welcome. Oh no, Bruno. Hold on, Bruno's
well, if you've been smoking weed, I got to let you know. Here's the hot take that makes you a drug addict. I just want to let you guys know.
Oh yeah, that was Villain's charge on fucking Scott. Was that 2 nights ago? Fucking yeah, you're a drug
smoking
addict.
weed. You're a drug addict.
Maybe that'll trigger Villain to come in the room right now. That'll be awesome. I'm sure he's got a wild view on abortion rights. Didn't he say, wait a sec, didn't Villain say that Hillary Clinton needs to be hung?
Yeah,
Huh?
well, he
Really?
said
Wow.
any politician that made like a choice that he felt was against like something that he
Yeah.
believed in should be
Hang
hung.
him.
And I'm like,
Hang him.
dude, like, well, do you want to have a crystal knocked? Is that like your next phase? Is
You know, the amounts of times I've been wrong as it pertains to politics,
You
and
would be dead
I'd like,
50 times over.
yeah, I'd like to think that, no, just in terms of my own political views, the amount of times I've been wrong, and I like to think I'm fairly well thought out on my ideas, and I've been wrong a fuckload, and just the very idea that someone is willing to kill people and their concept of right or wrong scares the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's straight up authoritarian bullshit right there. But like, oh, we got to kill people because they have this fucking opinion. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's libertarianism with getting rid of government, and we were talking about, well, what about people imposing on you? That means that whoever's stronger, they can just impose on you because we're not gonna have the protection of the government.
What was that, Del?
Sort of like
he's like an anarcho-capitalist. Not even like he goes beyond libertarian and
right. Yeah, I was gonna say like
dissolve government.
Yeah.
Isn't that sort of interesting? Because wasn't it sort of interesting? See, I mean, he'd be like the kind of person like, hey, government shouldn't be able to tell us what to do, but yeah, at the same time, government should be killing other people because they fucking have this, they did this thing wrong. And it's like, well, you don't see the fundamental contradiction in your position there?
Government
that sort of
is
goes
a social
like the
construct, but money but language is not. Language is concrete and exists in reality. But
yeah, there's no such thing as society. I remember.
Yeah, we're diverging too much. We're diverging too much.
Actually, I wanted to bring it back to that deniability because this sort of brought up another point to me. It's like, do we want to have the government say this is what you can or cannot do based on to the idea of abortion? Is that something you really want?
Yes, certainly. From a libertarian perspective, I think that's why it always boils down to like, when is it a human life, right? Because minimally from a libertarian, like minimal government perspective, I believe the government has a business arbitrating what happens when individual citizens violate each other's rights, right? Now, for me, when that fetus can survive outside the womb, now it's a human life. There's no fucking debate there. And what you're doing when you abort that human life is you're committing the act of murder. And murder, I take to be very wrong. So, it's a violation. It's a violation of liberty. Well, specifically, undue harm, injury, or loss. So, in the case of self-defense, you're causing harm, injury, and loss, but it's not undue. So, it's just the mediation of liberties. The government has 100% as a business mediating individuated liberty. That's their
that's what law
place.
is. Yeah, someone who's every time someone tries to argue that, Eop, I think Eop was maybe going down this road of, laws are just laws in general are fundamentally immoral, or the stealing example that we gave. I think one thing you have to do to have a clarified mind as a human being, you need to look at what is the law of the land and examine how your moral foundation comes into contact with that. It's an important process in morality that not enough go through.
I wanted to ask him a question about the island and what if a person that steals is killed by a person that's a murderer?
Before you
is
go
that
there,
validated?
Nivik, I just wanted to say deniability asked Del Sue a question a while ago and we got a bit derailed. It was probably my fault.
Yeah. No, so we were just introducing, but I skipped over Bruno there. So I was hoping Bruno wanted to go first and then Del Sue on the topic of abortion.
I haven't got anything. I'm just listening. I don't really know. know much about abortion, so.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. It is a confusing topic. Daltu. And please don't say be like water. Go with the flow.
Be like water.
Bang.
No, Daltu is vacated. Yeah, cool. So, Nivik.
Yeah, it was just when
It's not your island opportunity. I want to bring it back to your actual point.
that's the
Your
thing.
actual
It's like
thoughts about
people
abortion,
talk
because
topics and they move on.
yeah, no. I want to bring it back to something that remained a challenge to you.
Okay,
Where
an abortion.
I don't really understand your topic on your point on abortion, because all you said so far is that people that are pro-life are hypocritical because they seem to support government policies that propagate suffering. I'd like you to maybe
Yeah,
round
my
out.
argument was down the line. People address the symptom and a lot of things within society that make people end up resorting to abortion because of the negative repercussions of society. Is what leads to that, and it kind of goes with what you were saying about what people do ahead of time. I'm addressing that, so you stay away from the gray zone, because the more and more you get to that gray zone of baby in belly, shouldn't you not, it will just get harder and harder. Where Dao Su was talking about, like kind of like what Dao Su was talking about, of but he was talking about like the baby being in the belly, and that person should just have a right to just end it because they matter more.
That was
and and he's saying like at what point, everything is a cause that you can charge a person for, that could be, that you can charge a person for potentially taking a life. So like that doesn't matter. So I was kind of going along with what your argument was about things that are done way ahead of time, and what you can do to try to make abortion more avoidable in condoms, in sex ed, in issues of poverty, and desperation within society. I guess you're not going to completely, get rid of it, but I'm just talking about the whole spectrum, from one end up to the point where the baby is born, should be discussed as a whole. And that's my view. It's kind of like what should be done within society policy wise.
So there's something that needs to be wrestled with here. That is the real difficult part of this. Now, out of everyone in this room, who thinks that abortion ought to be avoided, and not just and let's get at why.
100%.
Do you mean legally or morally?
No, just morally. Why? Why do you think we ought to avoid abortion?
Do you mean from a societal perspective or an individual perspective?
Individual perspective.
100%. It needs to be avoided from an individual perspective, because out of all the options on the table, I see abortion as possibly the most harmful and potentially psychologically traumatic.
Why?
Because, putting in a condom, even though less pleasurable, it's much of a muchness. It's got no impact on the harm or psychological Richter scale, right? The pill, same vibe, right? Okay, maybe you can make a tenuous argument about hormones, but it's about getting on the right pill so that it doesn't affect you that way.
May I add
IUD,
one more thing?
IUD is a surgical implant, but again, far less invasive and potentially damaging than an abortion.
I'm going to add something to everyone's repertoire here.
What's
whenever
IED?
someone asks, what, like, why should abortions be avoided? Because there are a lot of people on the very, very far left who are very absolutist about a woman's rights, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't need to be avoided, just get as many abortions as you want. Asherman syndrome. What is Asherman syndrome? Asherman syndrome is a rare acquired condition of the uterus. In a woman with this condition, scar tissue or adhesions form in the uterus due to some form of trauma. Now, in cases of Asherman syndrome, there's a chance that women will not be able to get pregnant in the future. So abortions, there is a chance when you get an abortion that you won't be able to have a child in the future. So it is, it's a proof positive argument, avoiding certain potential catastrophes, or I would say, to maximize one's well-being, they ought to avoid situations that are going to lead to them needing an abortion. So Asherman syndrome.
So yeah, it's just it's why I struggle with this point, because I find it needless to argue for what is arguably the worst outcome out of all the available outcomes. Like, why would anyone want this right? Let's just focus on what is clearly better and obviously less harmful.
Yeah, but deniability, for someone who doesn't, you have to put yourself in the shoes of a moral character who doesn't ever want to have children ever in the future, and they don't view abortion as a big deal.
No, that person needs to go get their balls snipped or their tubes tied.
So I know you're saying that, but to them, as a, you value freedom, right? For someone wanting to freely have, unprotected sex as a woman, and they don't care about how many abortions they have had. They have had 10 so far, and they're fine having 5 more. It doesn't bother them, because if there is any uterus damage, it doesn't matter. They're not going to use their uterus. Now, that process of being, what are your arguments against that particular individual as to why they shouldn't be doing this?
I think the point of that too is that what Travis is saying. There's no way that individual could bring a child into the world. Things would happen. It would never, right?
Well, I'm saying
never
that
get to the point that they could have a child.
Yeah, so they have decided, as their own free being, that they, first of all, they want to have unprotected sex because they like the way it feels more. And they've already had 10 abortions and they're fine having 10 more. It just doesn't matter to them. They will use that, their free access to healthcare. Let's say that's the case. So deniability, what would be your argument against why this person ought change their behavior?
They're clearly using up societal resources because they're being irresponsible, and that is generally immoral.
Okay, so you would make the usage of. So now, just one sec, Eep. We'll get you in. I just want to go with deniability on this. So you would go to the example of using, so basically though, deniability, you're making the same argument as someone that might call the ambulance every time they have a bit of indigestion, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you're looking at a resource waste perspective, which you would say the immoral part is using resources that could be being used elsewhere. Do you think that's a very strong moral argument for the actual behavior?
It's not a very strong moral argument, but it's part of the consequence of this calculus that's inherent to my moral foundation, which is to choose the action that causes the least harm, and that requires a calculation of harm over time and how it propagates. So fundamentally, it's really that's why I like the thinking Scott provided earlier, because it's allowed me to find some consistent ground with my own moral perspective, in the sense that when I look at the topic of abortion just on it being illegal or legal, when it's illegal, there's a lot of harm propagated from unsavory abortions.
Right.
When it's legal, I might disagree with the individual cases, but the magnitude of those individual cases is so small that it's nothing compared to the negative outcomes of it being illegal. So I've personally, out of this conversation, managed to find some peace on the subject.
Right.
But because I do genuinely want it to be legal, but I found difficulty finding that morally consistent line, and I think I just might have found it.
I would like to. Cool. I would like to pass that hypothetical around to again, just to outline it one more time. The woman who has already had 10 abortions, but she continues to have unprotected sex because she likes the way it feels. For whatever reason, she just doesn't want to have protected sex, and she's fine getting more and more abortions. She might be a weight on the system from a resource perspective, but does anyone have any arguments as to why she shouldn't be free to do so? Let's say if she had or we can even add something to this, that if she's willing to pay for these abortion procedures, so she's buying a service, what is the argument against why she shouldn't be doing this?
My argument would be that we don't know at what point life actually begins, so you should be cautious and only get an abortion if you really need to, because you might be killing someone.
Yeah, but so if her understanding or her belief is that, from a scientific perspective, it's a fertilized egg, and we know everything about that. Right? We know what a fertilized egg is, and we can bring you through the detailed process at the cellular level of what is going on. And to her, based on her moral foundation, regardless if someone comes along and says, well, that is what life is, then she'll very well say to you, Mace, that that's fine. It's still, regardless of whether someone's calling that life, I'm still fine with aborting it.
So do you mean she's okay with aborting it even if she thinks that life has already started at that stage?
Well, yeah, she's saying if someone wants to label it life, like if scientists come along and say that, oh, okay, we have detected that is where consciousness begins, but it's very, very, minimalistic version of what the consciousness will become after it has a chance to grow. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that she doesn't care about that. Like it's still just like, shit happens, but women miscarry all the time, and we don't have funerals for it, and some miscarry without even knowing that they were pregnant. So there's all of these things that stack up as to why she may just reject and not worry about that and get, she's had 10 abortions, get 10 more.
But there's something fundamentally psychologically different there, though, right? Like,
sure. I'm not saying there isn't.
When we end up killing someone in society as a result of an accident, we find it traumatic, but not nearly as traumatic as intentionally murdering someone, right? So in your example, if she considered it a life and then she went and killed it, I would very much suspect that there would be a large psychological trauma related to that if she had the specific belief that it was life.
Let me sort this out. Okay, so when you step on an ant deniability, do you suffer psychological trauma?
No. What I'm specifically saying is when I think there's a lot of evidence to show that when human beings commit cold-blooded murder against other human beings, like if they're not psychopaths, they experience some level of psychological trauma.
Sure.
And that in your example, if she subjectively viewed it as a human life and that she was ending that human life, that's very different from a miscarriage and accident happening.
So
it's very different.
So let me
from it dying some other way that wasn't intentional on behalf of the mother.
Yeah. So let me clarify
Okay, yeah.
So human life in this hypothetical to her has taken on a different meaning because it no longer means like a born life. If the and this is just saying if these definitions have changed to a point where people are, let's say the scientific community has started calling that human life or whatever. I would still, well, I think what they would call it is, human life potential, or like the first stage of human life or something like that. But regardless of all that, the point is that you may want to make the argument, deniability, that she's going to have some psychological trauma or a hang up for making this choice. But that claim would still have to be demonstrated. And if she goes through all the psychoanalysis, and look, a lot of women have abortions and they don't have psychological hang-ups about it. And if she goes through a psychoanalysis and she's fine and she's had 10, she's going to have 10 more. Let's not dodge to the real problem here. Who's going to make the moral claim that this is wrong for reasons of, like, what are you going to say? Sanctity of life?
Could I address that?
I have to say, I think
Go ahead,
the argument about it being bad for their mental health is a bit weak, really, because you can't create a law takes away people's freedoms because you're worried
you
they'll
might
get
have
upset.
a bad experience, or make bad decisions.
Like that should be their right to take that risk.
Go ahead, Rouge. What was that?
So I absolutely agree on that aspect. If we were to approach the issue with regards to the potential harm that it would cause, but at the same time, we're looking for consistency, right? So as much as there may not be a funeral for a miscarriage, it's not the same thing as stepping on an ant. And
I didn't say that.
No, but I think it's still important to try and measure as much as possible what the value of that loss is before making that kind of decision. And it's not, what I mean is, it's not the same as stepping on an ant. It's not the same as, it's lesser than, say, a loss in the family of an already born human.
So this is a bit platitudinous, Rouge. Let me bring it back to the hypothetical. So you have this woman who's had 10 abortions, and she has no problem going and get more abortions. She wants to just continue having sex and living her life as is, and she's happy to pay for these services at a private clinic or whatever, and she wants to continue doing this. And she has no, obviously we can cite this syndrome, the Asherman syndrome that I brought up, which if she wanted to have children in the future, abortion could potentially take that ability away of her carrying that child in her own uterus, or even being able to get pregnant. But so the what I'm looking for is what would be your argument, Rouge, if you were to sit down and talk to her why she should stop doing this?
Right, fair enough. And the risk of the syndrome again falls under just freedom of choice. Like if you know the risk and you want to take it anyway, then not a problem.
Yeah.
So my concern really is in terms of again, back to the value idea. If we can measure the value of a potential human or a potential fetus, whatever stage the pregnancy is at, then if we can measure it and make it consistent across all cases, that's when we can come to some sort of decision or an argument. So if we say that, for example, it's the equivalent of disposing of a puppy, something like that, or is it closer to I don't know. It's
so
I wouldn't know how to approach that,
me,
but I still think,
Let me paint this scenario and put you in the position of sitting across from your friend. This one I just described in this hypothetical. You're sitting across from your friend, and first of all, let me ask you this: do you think your friend is doing something that is immoral to continue having unprotected sex because she wants to, and she's fine getting 10 more abortions when she's had 10? First of all, do you think she is doing something immoral? And then second of all, what would you say to her as to your reasoning as to why it is immoral?
So I would say, well, first off, yes, I think that it is immoral. I think that.
And if she says, why should I stop this? Why do you think it's immoral? What do you say?
Her choice to prioritize some form of instant gratification and having to pay the price of ending a potential life, that's the stance I would take, or
Right.
that's the argument I would have. And that's why I always go back to the idea of, we need to figure out what is the value of a potential life, or
Right.
of a potential fetus.
So
That's
so
why.
now let me play her in this, since we're kind of doing this role play back and forth here. Now I'm her, and I say, I don't see any price to pay in this. I just, I have to, either go to my free access healthcare, or, pay a little bit of money, which I'm happy to pay to be able to still have this ability to have sex in this way. I don't feel like I'm giving anything up. I don't feel like I'm paying a price. Then what would be your response?
That would be the same as saying that you're perfectly all right with the idea of, man, it's hard to address without figuring out the whole value issue. That's why I keep coming back to it.
So and I can help. Just one sec. I just want to keep going with Rouge here for a second. And I'll help with that value thing by simply saying that she disagrees with you that there's any value lost in this.
So an argument against there being value lost, and one that I believe can be universal, is the fact that within a given couple, the sequence of children that are born follow certain genetic patterns. So when you skip, say, there's always going to be, for example, closer similarities between the first and third child, but not between the second and fourth child. Things like that. There are trends that come back, and to kind of mess with that sequence, it demonstrates that there is something that is lost.
So she doesn't want to have children, though.
Right. In which case, oh, I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So and I'm sorry to put you on the Rouge. This is a question that most philosophers I know cannot answer. So it's because most people do not have their moral foundation sequenced and sorted out with all of these moral dilemmas. Does anyone else want to take a stab at this?
Yeah.
Where does the guy stand in all of this?
Say that. No, Nivik, that's a deflection from this thing. Anyone else?
Yeah, can I ask, does this woman think that it should be avoided? Wait, no, sorry, let me rephrase that.
No.
Does she think stepping on ants is something to be avoided as well, or is she okay with that?
Sure. That as let's just say, or let's say for the sake of this, you don't get access to that information. Like, you don't know. You're just sitting down to talk to her about this abortion issue. Now you might want to, because here's what you can do, Mace. You can just, if you want to, assume that her whole moral foundation is fucked compared to yours. So you can assume that. But I'm just saying, if you're sitting down trying to make an argument for her as to why this behavior is immoral, and don't go down the road of like, what if she wants to have kids, or what if, because of course you could make that argument of, it's antithetical to your well-being if you want to be a mother. But
No, I
ultimately,
really don't care about the well-being
Right.
argument. My argument is purely just we don't know if we don't know when a child is actually alive or not, and life should be protected. So it's a risk when
Yeah, so-
when you have an abortion,
so-
you are potentially killing a living thing because we don't really know.
Right.
So it's something that you should avoid.
And let me add this to the hypothetical, just so we can avoid this. That she's a hunter. She's a hunter. She kills deer for food. So
Right,
she's fine taking a life.
So
and we're gonna keep stacking this hypothetical until you guys are forced to make a moral to face this moral dilemma, because it's a nasty one.
So in that case, I mean, I feel like my
we'll go to you,
position on this
Doolittle,
is-
after, or we'll go Mace, Doolittle, then Bruno.
I think my position on this is morally consistent because I personally think you should avoid stepping on ants, and I think a fetus is probably more alive than an ant is.
Okay, so avoidance is one thing, Mace. So let me just ask you one question: is it immoral to step on an ant?
I think it is, yes.
Okay, wow, interesting. That's actually the view of like pacifists. That's like that's hardcore pacifism.
Yeah, I would say I am somewhat
Okay.
a pacifist.
Interesting.
I don't really
It's
agree
not
with
like
violence except for defensive purposes.
So you don't. So and how far does
Jainism.
that go to, like, if harm is done to, in the coffee wars, are you still able to find yourself to drink coffee that you don't know exactly where it came from?
Wait, say that again.
Like the wars that happen and the fighting and gang activity that happens over the coffee trade. Like, are you still okay drinking coffee, or do you have to know that it was, come across without any harm being done?
So I don't really know what you're talking about there. I know absolutely nothing about coffee, but I think it sounds similar to the issue with animals being slaughtered for food.
Right.
Would that be correct?
So that's it. So
No.
the pacifist would definitely have a problem with that. Deniability.
Yeah,
you had something
I
there?
have a huge
It
problem
is.
with animals being slaughtered.
All
I
right.
personally think vegans are morally superior
All right.
to me in that regard because
Well,
I'm
let's
not a
not get
vegan.
off. Let's not get off the topic
Yeah.
too much. But deniability, and then Scott, quickly before we get to Doolittle.
No, just a clarification point for Mace. I think what Travis was asking was, do you see a problem when you're creating harm from non-ethically sourced products? So whether it's t-shirts from a child's sweat factory in Southeast Asia, or some immorally sourced product of some sort.
This is why I think pacifism inevitably almost leads you to death.
Yeah.
The death.
Yeah, you
You
start
mean
realizing that the
pacifists
clothes
die?
you are wearing, the medicines you are taking is all cloaked in this some level of harm, right? Or harm doing.
It's the original hypothetical with the lady. I just
Well,
wanted to...
no,
Bruno,
I don't think violence is required to make my clothes.
See,
Right.
the thing is, it's the do no harm statement versus the do the least harm statement. This is why I'm a proponent of do the least harm, because when you get down to nuts and bolts, there really is truly no way to take any action that doesn't generate some level of harm.
Yeah, exactly.
So quickly, Scott, did you have a quick point there? And then I'll clarify for Bruno, and then we'll go to Doolittle, then back to Bruno.
I think it was pretty much cleared up in that response from deniability.
Okay, cool. So just to restate this, Bruno, so you get a chance before it comes back to you. So this woman, she's had 10 abortions in her life. She doesn't see a problem with abortions, and regardless of some people making the arguments that that's a life you're killing some form of life or self replication. She's fine with it. She's had 10. She's fine getting 10 more. She never wants to have kids. She just views like, I just have no problem doing this. So we'll go to Doolittle. Oh, and by the way, she's a hunter, so there's no like she's not like anti-ending life to any degree. So go ahead, Doolittle.
Yeah, so I think there's
Can you speak a little closer to your mic, brother?
Yeah, okay. How am I coming across now?
Yeah, that's better.
There might be a little echo because
that's all right.
I'm sitting in the bathtub. So I think you can draw a black box around this individual and their circle of autonomy, and if there's no net change outside of that black box, then it's not necessarily immoral
right.
for them to do anything that doesn't affect anything outside of their circle of autonomy.
Good. Okay, you're getting to a really important area important area here of so you're essentially saying you don't see a reasonable justification to call her act immoral. Is that correct?
Unless the abortions in question were past the point where we called
right
the aborted fetus an autonomous
so I'm saying
agent.
Yeah, one thing I will add to this is that this woman, as soon as she's frequently testing her pregnancy, and as soon as she finds out that she is pregnant, she goes straight and gets an abortion.
So
just to remove
I would
that
see
caveat.
that I would see that as equally justifiable as cutting off a wart as soon as you find it.
Right.
I mean, not babies aren't warts, but anything you don't want that's growing on your body. If it's not its own life, you can cut off. I cut off my toenails.
Right. So
every cell in my body is alive until, if I cut off part of my body, though it's still viable, it's not an immoral act.
Right.
It might be crazy, but it's not immoral.
And Rouge just brought up a point, and we'll get into this after this. This is a good point we'll wrestle with after. So Scott, did you have something quickly to add there before we go to Bruno?
No, I don't. Nope.
I'd also like to get all the other ladies in the room, Chick Vicious and Zombie, to weigh in on this hypothetical after we go to Bruno, if they're willing. Bruno, go ahead.
So the question was, how would I convince her otherwise to?
If you think, that's the first question. Do you think her acts are immoral with regards to this? And if you do think that, what is going to be your argument against her? And I will play the role of her. So do you think she's immoral?
I'd say yeah. I would say yes, because the pursuit of pleasure leads to these abortions, so there's a property of selfishness going on there.
Why is it selfish? To who?
To the potential humans.
Right. So, but do you feel that way? Like where do you draw the line of potential human masturbation, or is it fertilized egg?
I would say I draw the line at the union.
Okay.
The union of the egg and whatever. Yeah. I would say that.
So,
but this is where it gets this is where it gets tricky. It's like, well, are the fetuses being harmed? I mean, besides, well.
So let me clarify that, Bruno, for you. This is like literally in the first week or 2 or 3 of her finding out that she's pregnant, she goes and gets the abortion. So it's a clump of cells beginning to build.
Okay. Yeah, then perhaps.
Are you able to tell her that what she is doing is immoral, and what would your argument be?
Yeah, I would say it's immoral because, I mean,
and one thing, Bruno, before you answer, I want to say to the whole room, remember that your moral foundation should be consistent. So if you're going to make the claim of immorality here, think of all of the other, human condition spectrum, on the full human condition spectrum of how your your claims of immorality may be inconsistent when we test it out.
Yeah, I would say it's immoral because of the selfishness. I think it's really the point for me.
So I'm gonna play her. What's selfish about it, Bruno?
I think the third attempt would indicate some form of selfishness because you're, and that's an arbitrary distinction, but your pursuit of pleasure, whatever it may be, in this case sex, is undermining or not taking into consideration the probability that you may get pregnant and hence need another abortion since you don't want kids.
Yeah, and then so that's circular. So then I'll come back and say, but what is fundamentally immoral about the abortion itself?
Yeah, that's where I really, because to answer that question, we would need to agree on some things like where the life starts, what's implicitly valuable about humans, and all this
So
stuff.
so Bruno, she's already made the decision that this is morally fine within her moral foundation. So you're the one coming in to say it's immoral. So what is your argument? What is forcing you? Is it just a matter of taste? You don't like how this tastes?
Not really, no. It's
So
I
what
mean,
is it?
like,
Now we'll come back to Bruno. Let's jump to
I also have a view.
So Eep, we'll come back to you in a minute.
You have to come to me too.
Yeah, we'll go. So Zombie, do you want to take a crack at this one?
Well, yeah, because like I'm actually in agreement. Who was talking last? I don't remember.
Bruno.
Oh, Bruno, with the selfishness. That's what actually kept coming up with me, but also the waste of resources and the fact that just because she wants to be a cum dump doesn't mean that she's not involving other people that are around her. And I mean, I would almost question her mental health.
So hang on, there's a lot there. So let's go through this step by step. So I'm your friend who's doing this. We sit down and you
first we would be very clear that if she continues to make these types of decisions that are selfish, I wouldn't want to spend time with her.
Okay, well that's
I'd be done with her.
Yeah, that's beside the hypothetical. So let's start with you come up to me and I'm playing her. Let's call her Pangburn.
Okay.
You come up.
How are you doing, Pangburn?
Oh, I'm doing good. I just had another abortion. I can't wait to go out and have some more sex. Now here's.
Are you a psycho bitch? What's going on?
Here's where Zombie, you've said that. Okay, you've indicated that this is immoral, and then now I say, wait, how could you why do you think this is immoral? And your answer is.
Well, I first I feel that,
and we'll go one point by 1 point.
Okay,
so don't go.
So my selfish, I do feel that that's because there's other alternatives like an IUD or
but
birth
I don't
control.
like those.
I know you don't like those. That's why I'm saying that it's selfish, because you are wasting everyone's time and resources, and you're wasting my time right now by taking up oxygen and my airspace and even talking to me about it.
Okay, so the first point, so this is my body. This is how I want to live with my body, and I'm willing to pay for the services required to live this way. Much like if I like to go skating, I have to pay for those services, and people wouldn't look at me and say, you're wasting the resources of that skating rink. I'm actually purchasing those resources for my pleasure. So
right.
I turn it back to you, Miss Zombie. How can you say that I'm wasting any resources when I'm happy to pay for this?
you can do that all you like. You're wasting my time. That is a resource. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Why?
Like, I would just cut somebody out because I don't want to be around people that I believe are pieces of shit.
Okay, now
and
let's
amoral.
get down to that though. Why we still haven't got to why you think this person's a piece of shit, because I just gave you the example of resources,
because
right?
I feel like, well, no, they're wasting resources. My time is a resource, and by me even having to listen to her, it is a waste of a resource.
Okay, but you could make that,
even if she's paying for it, that's on her. Go for it.
Yeah.
No big deal.
So you're making an argument as to why you wouldn't want to be a friend with that person because you think they're immoral, but you haven't got to why you think their act is immoral. You gave the example of
because they have other alternatives,
but they don't.
Her saying that she doesn't like it is irrelevant.
Okay, wait, Zombie.
I really don't give a shit. There's a lot of things I don't like in my life. I would love to have somebody to be my personal ass wipe instead of wiping my own ass.
Okay, now let me help this out a little bit. Okay, so the skating rink example. Now you can make the argument that you don't have to go skating. There are many other things you could be doing. Right?
Yeah.
So that deals with the resource aspect of this. Because if we're going to say that someone going out to pursue, pleasurable things that they enjoy is simply, a waste, some things are a waste of resources, we have to make an argument as to why that particular thing is a waste.
Right. The issue here is if she wants to waste her resources on that, that's not my issue. It's the fact that I have control over who I surround myself with.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And so I would be really clear with them that, like, I do not agree with what they're doing.
And
mainly
why?
Mainly because they have other alternatives. And like I said, I felt like that choosing the alternative to just have copious abortions, she could use spermicide if she wants to.
She doesn't like
still
it.
have the same effect of everything. But,
so you can make the same argument, Zombie, that you could just go and play hockey, on a roller rink or out on the pavement. You don't have to go on the ice.
Right.
Why
not?
So
you could do it on roller skates just as easily, I guess.
Right. So I'm just showing the analogy here. So we'll go on from Zombie. I want to see if Chick Vicious wants to take a stab at this. I think you've been trying to get in.
Oh, I'm just grateful that not too many people are like this woman. I would approach it from a curious perspective, because that's I don't think Zombie's approach is irrelevant either. I think people that choose to go that route regarding that situation would probably lose a lot of friends.
Why?
And they could take that as some corrective.
Here, so you guys, so just so you guys know, Chick, what Zombie said and what you're saying right now to help to verify it, that's not dealing with the actual moral dilemma.
Right.
So we have to deal with the moral dilemma and stop dodging it. Tell me, you're going to sit down with me and tell me that and I'm playing Pangburn right now, and tell Pangburn why her act is immoral or a waste of resources. When I've already given you guys the example, you can make a claim to someone that, your trumpet playing is a waste of resources because you suck. Why can't you just go do X?
But if she's paying for it, it's not a waste of resources.
Right.
It's her own money. She can do what she wants.
Right. So Chick, and it sounds like you would be willing to claim that she's immoral, and it sounds like you and Zombie would both not want to be friends with her. And my question is why?
I'm not sure. I think I would want to know more from her perspective, but I'm not. I'm going to be thinking about this question a lot, Travis.
Yeah. No. Look, guys. If you now that it's in your head, I don't expect anyone to come on and trip over this necessarily.
Can I say my stance?
Here's why I wanted to talk about this, because skepticism is of the utmost importance, and applying skepticism to the emotional knee-jerk reaction responses that you have to hearing of this woman, that you start painting this demonic view of like, I don't think this person's going to have any friends, you know?
Well, like I said, I would approach it from a more curious perspective. At first I was thinking, no, she's using resources. Then you claimed she would pay for it herself. That takes some of that. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of siding with Doolittle on this one. It's uncomfortable for some reason.
I can tell you why, and I'm answering it in my second book.
Yeah, I'm comfortable saying that.
The reason why I've brought this up, by the way, guys, because this is a dilemma I bring up in my second book. But go ahead, Doolittle.
I'm comfortable saying that I would prefer that she not behave that way.
And why? And why?
Why would I prefer that she not behave that way?
Yeah.
Because life is preferable to death, and if she makes a bunch of babies, that would be better than not making a bunch of babies.
Now, she doesn't want to have babies. Can you respect her freedom to not want to have them?
Yeah.
Now, the fact that she doesn't want to have them, does that mean that from a moral standpoint, she should have to wear protection during sex?
I mean, can I answer that?
You guys feel
that's a value judgment.
So yeah, it's all a value judgment, right?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of options. The first option is abstinence.
Before we get going,
and then, you
say
get down
there's one interesting.
Sorry, let Doolittle finish first, and then just let everyone finish their full thought. Go ahead, Doolittle.
Yeah, you guys have a good one. Good night.
Oh, thanks, Deniability. Yeah, peace, brother.
Have a good day.
Yeah, so I don't know. The first option is, I guess, the Ben Shapiro options, right? Abstinence, contraception, adoption, and then raising the child, and they don't give you the option of abortion, right? But in our modern society, it's a safe and common option that people take, and it's actually pretty low cost.
Right.
and though to me, I would prefer that my partner have all those babies. That she doesn't want babies, then. So
Doolittle, I think you already said you wouldn't. Would you be able to claim that what she is doing is immoral, or do you because I think you started off by saying you couldn't, right?
I would have to stop short of judging it as immoral.
Right, you wouldn't be able.
I would judge it.
So Bruno, what's your?
Because it doesn't involve interaction with another living human being. So
it does.
How can you make a morality claim of that?
Well, you can.
No, because Bruno, the thing that was posed, that it was done like within the first 6 weeks, that she was constantly testing all the time. The second she noticed, boom, she went and got an abortion. So
maybe she chugs morning after pills every night,
right?
Along with her semen.
Sure, because you can have fertilized eggs that get destroyed by the morning after, right?
Yeah.
Or the
I say thank goodness she's destroying it, because she shouldn't be producing.
Sorry. What was that, Zombie?
It's the decision itself. I'm thankful that she's not having children, because she sounds like I said, a piece of shit.
Yeah, but that's so Zombie, but you're not wrestling with it. You're saying you think this, but you're not being successful in making the argument as to why.
I was just going to say why, actually.
Okay, go ahead, Bruno.
I think it's analogous to a person who lives in the society. So there's a contract, right? You've somewhat implicitly agreed to the contract by living in the society. So if you perpetrate any actions that go
so that's not that's not the going to get an abortion is within the law of the land.
No, it's not a law. Let me finish. So
you said one abortion though, but not 10 or 15.
Yeah,
because,
you're allowed to get as many as you want.
well, I
like,
think it.
So Bruno,
Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead, Bruno.
I just wanted to finish that.
Yeah.
So it's much like a person who murders. Well, let's not use that because then I'd be equating. It's much like a person who steals, right? And they avert jail because they can, and they do it again and again because they can avert jail, right? So that's the morality issue with me, is not facing the consequences.
Of what?
Right?
The consequences of what?
The baby.
It's not a baby, even by scientific standards. It's not a baby.
Well. The probability of having a baby, whatever you want to call it, it's something, right?
Yeah. So it's a fertilized egg that's being terminated, right?
No, it's a human being that's been terminated. Actually,
no, it's not a human being. We don't record it as such.
Why?
It's a certain stage, and then it moves into being a fetus. We don't call it a human being.
If you were to categorize a fetus biologically, it would be under humans.
Yeah, a human fetus. It's not a human being.
Yeah, exactly.
Being is something that it has started being. It's not like we.
It's a human.
Yeah, you can say human fetus, but we have this category in biology.
Actually, some people do think that your being starts at conception. So for some people,
but they have to demonstrate that.
What's the percentage of fertilized eggs that actually make it past that point? Isn't it only like 40 to 50% of fertilized eggs even get past the point of just being fertilized before they're like evacuated? You know, I mean, like.
I'm not sort of like absolutist on this. For me, it's if you say 40-50% make it past, that's in a situation you can't control, so that's entirely different. This is a situation perhaps in your control. I'm not saying you shouldn't get an abortion, man. Like you should, like whatever the like.
Because she wants,
not in your control.
And let's not get away from the hypothetical too much. Like she wants to never have children, and she's fine with abortions within her moral foundation. So you have to give her a moral argument that's going to convince her that she's doing something.
That's exactly
immoral.
what I said earlier, right? It's the aversion of consequences. That's really the thing for me.
Yeah, but she's doing something lawful. Who's saying there's consequences?
Well, consequences aren't like it doesn't have to be in the law. Right, it's a consequence that if I sit on the it's not.
I don't buy into any consequences that aren't within the law.
Well, it's a consequence, Travis, that if you sit on the road on the highway, you will get killed. So
perhaps,
if you buy
perhaps.
That, well, try it out. If you if you don't buy into consequences,
no. There are consequences for everything we do. But I'm talking about when you say within the realm of this hypothetical that there are consequences. She's done this 10 times. There are no consequences to her.
So the consequences, don't you get it? The consequences, the child she's averting.
No, not to her. She doesn't view it that way.
Well, that's why she's averting it, because it's a consequence.
So no. Make an argument as to not. You're focusing on the wrong problem. The immorality or morality of the thing. And if you're just gonna say like, you know, everything has a causal consequence, then that's not that just doesn't have to do with the hypothetical.
No. That's exactly my moral sort of dilemma. It's you're not facing the consequence, right? That's exactly.
Of what? She's actually deciding to do something, Bruno. And so what consequence do you think she should be facing?
That she doesn't care about the consequences because it's okay with
when I do want to ask,
that's besides
Bruno,
the point. Like you guys are like, listen, that's besides the point, right? If you care about the consequences or not, but there are. And in this case,
not in her life. There isn't. Like what do you think? What are the consequences? I've been trying to ask you that.
That's what I've said. It's the baby because she's averting
it.
Yes.
That's only in her mind. There is no potential of having a baby, so there is no consequence. She doesn't see that as a loss. this abortion.
If you say in her mind there is no potential of having a baby, then she gets an abortion. Why get an abortion if you don't think there is no potential of having a baby?
No. There's no potential of having a baby because she's already decided she's going to have the abortions. We're talking about how she's idealizing, how this works ideologically in her mind. Just quickly, Scott, you were trying to get in there to ask Bruno a question.
I did want to say, Bruno, do you so if it was somebody that
I
had
like to ask.
a one-off like instance, and it was before 6 weeks, they had an abortion, and it was, it was like, hey, condom broke or something, something happened where they had abortion with the 6 weeks. Do you find that to be like morally okay? Because to me it sort of seems like what you're drawing your line at is how many this person is doing, not necessarily that, like, hey, if somebody had this specific situation, that would be immoral, but if they're doing it 20 times, that would be
Yeah,
moral.
you sort of touched on it. I'm not so concerned about what people may consider killing and whatnot. I'm concerned about the aversion of the consequences, right? That's where I sort of draw the lines. I came and you're being selfish. So
yeah,
In society
again,
imposing on her and the man being selfish.
So we have to, we still have to deal with Bruno. The in her worldview, having an abortion is just a medical access that she has, and she just views that as, I'm buying this abortion because I choose not to have protected sex, and that's how she, rationalizes it, and she doesn't see any reason to see that is immoral. So what is the argument that it is immoral in her? If you're to make an argument to her in her worldview,
you can't, because it's her worldview. So
no,
you're sort of,
you can,
it's like
as a moral entity, Bruno, you can say, in my moral foundation, it is immoral for these reasons.
yeah, but you can't argue with her premises, with the premises of her worldview, because that's why she's doing it in the first place.
You can argue with them. You can tell her why. This is why. If you're willing to sit down and claim that they are immoral, her worldview is immoral, and she's doing this, what is your justification to claim this?
Yeah, you would have to step out of her worldview to convince her otherwise.
No, but you can go to where she is in her worldview with your morality and attempt to infiltrate it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is getting too semantic. This is getting too semantical. Bruno, I'll sit down. I am sitting down with you. I am Pangburn. Convince me as to why my acts are immoral.
Yeah, and I would say they're immoral because you're averting the consequences.
I don't have any consequences.
You don't know? What was that?
I'm being her right now. I don't have any consequences. What are you talking about? I just go and get an abortion, then it's fine. I'll get 10 more.
All right, so I see what you're saying. So there's a sort of subjective interpretation of the consequences. Well, it isn't, because
And like when you're in the middle of any cycle of abuse, you don't even see it. So she doesn't see the consequences because of her lack of maturity.
Yeah,
it's not even like, for
see,
me,
that's a taste. That's just a taste argument. What were you saying, Bruno?
You said she's going to say she doesn't see any consequences.
Okay,
so
wait, Mace, we can't have both you guys at the same time. But go ahead, Bruno.
So you said she doesn't see any consequences, but the fact that she doesn't see any consequences doesn't mean that there aren't consequences.
Okay, so what are my consequences if you want me to stop getting these abortions?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, it's you're averting the responsibility.
What consequences do I have that you want me to stop getting these abortions? Why you think I should care to stop getting these abortions?
Why do I think you should stop caring?
No. Why do you think? What are the consequences that you think should stop me from having an abortion? That's the fundamental.
No. We're using two different interpretations of the word consequences. I think you're thinking about it in some sort of like negative way, perhaps.
No, not at all. I'm saying when you say you're making a claim, it's immoral because you're avoiding consequences, and I'm saying what consequences am I avoiding, and why are those immoral if I in fact am avoiding consequences? I just go and get abortions if I get pregnant.
Yeah. So the consequences you're avoiding, and I'll say it again, is the probability of having a human child.
That doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, and that's where we're gonna. That's exactly the point I made earlier.
So why is
so
your
if it doesn't matter to
position?
you, there's no way to convince you otherwise, because there's some sort of shield of your moral worldview.
No,
right?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you as Pangburn Bruno. I want to be as moral as I can. Why is it immoral that I don't care about the potential of a child because I don't want to have children?
Like like I said earlier, it's not about the abortion itself, like Scott says. It's about the aversion of the consequences, which is the multiple versions of the consequences, which is what I'm looking at. I'm not necessarily.
What are those? Because we're going in circles here, Bruno.
People shouldn't have sex.
I'm sitting here asking for your best moral argument as to why I should stop these multiple abortions.
Huh?
I'm sitting here asking you to be clear with me about why you think it's immoral for me to be doing this, and why do you think it's more moral for me to do something else. But you're not. You're not actually dealing with the moral dilemma. You're trying to deal with. You're trying to deal with, like, if you were going to say consequences, you could say you ought to care about the consequences, and then when I say what consequences are you talking about, you say the consequence of missing out on a potential life, and I say that if you want to call that a consequence, I don't care about losing that because I don't want to have children. It's of no consequence to me.
That's exactly what I said earlier. You're thinking of consequences.
I know. I just gave you the steel man of what you were saying.
No, it's what I'm saying is
because you have sex, you should pay the price.
No, please.
What I'm saying is let Bruno finish.
What I'm saying is, the the aversion of the responsibility of the multiple, because you said she did it 10 times.
Oh, you almost said it. The responsibility of what responsibility do I have as a woman when it comes to my pregnancy?
That's where you're going.
Yes,
that's not where I'm going though.
So what? No. But Pangburn is saying you seem to think I have some consequences or responsibility for something here.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna it's either I'm are we actually saying that there isn't some form of responsibility, however you're going to treat that responsibility,
Bruno,
that's besides the point.
Use the example of me going to the skating rink that I was using with Zombie. So I go to the skating rink. If you're going to say it is immoral for you to go to the skating rink, I'm going to ask why. It's just like, well, because you don't have to be going to the skating rink. You can go play hockey out on the tarmac. And I just, that's not a strong argument. It's a weak argument. So we need to get to the point where you have, you can separate those two pleasure drives. Separate them.
Travis, Scott said this earlier, right? I don't have a problem. I don't have an inherent or that big of a problem with the abortion itself. I have a problem with the amount of times it's going on.
Why?
That's what I'm saying. Because it's selfish, Bruno, and there's a version of consequences.
No, wait. Are you talking about if I go to the ice rink too many times, you have a problem with that?
That's different.
No.
Right?
Okay. Now tell me why it's different. We're there. We're right there. Tell me why it's different.
Good. Why is going to the ice rink multiple times different
than getting an abortion multiple times?
What was the last
then why is going to the rink 10 times different from getting an abortion 10 times?
Yeah, because going to the ring, you're not harming anyone. Right?
We landed on it. Okay, so you think someone is being harmed in the abortion?
I think so.
That's not fair. I said that earlier.
I know. Well, that's like this is why it takes. It's frustrating. It took so long. But so Bruno, I'm saying as Pangburn, I don't think anyone's being harmed, and the scientific method has shown me, and the scientific consensus is that no one is getting harmed.
Yeah, and that's Sandburn, right? You can't convince Sandburn. Like, it's her worldview.
Well, I'm saying, this is. I have a scientific basis for, like we have measured, and we have a deep understanding. You can watch the whole process, cell by cell, of how this all happens, and we've even found out exactly where pain neurons are able to start delivering within the nervous system. So we know so much. So if you're going to say someone is being harmed, and for some reason it means something different, that it's 10 times as opposed to 1 time, I think you're on very shaky ground, brother.
No, not at all.
Honestly,
Life doesn't start when you have pain neurons, or at least that's not scientifically agreed.
No. So you have to make sure, if we're talking about life or what a human life is, those are two separate things. So life in the sense of something is alive. Well, we have living cells and bacteria and all kinds of stuff living in our mouths.
Yeah, but my issue with it wasn't human life in particular, because I don't see a fetus as being as alive as an adult. I don't even think a baby is really as alive as an adult, but it is alive to some degree.
Yeah, so I don't care about each individual's idea of what being alive is. I care about the scientific standard in medicine, because that is a well-being measurement. If you're dead, you're no longer being.
Yeah, to be a life by yourself, that means that you can survive without being attached to somebody else. That's, to me, that's really the point, that it becomes like your life, right? So if somebody was pregnant and they died, would that child die? Most likely. It might be different if they're like 8.5 months pregnant or something, and they can get there and pull the baby out in time. But that baby fundamentally was able to grow because it was connected to something else.
Well, I don't think a thing would be considered alive just because it's not dependent on another organism. But that's an entirely different thing. Like, for me, it's not like a big deal, honestly. Like, I really don't like, the cases are different, but I'm just alluding to your particular hypothetical.
So
what does alive mean then? If it's not,
what does alive mean? For me, a thing is alive.
What does alive mean if you can't maintain your own life? I mean, if you were fundamentally dependent on another thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Bruno.
For me, because from what you've said, then parasites won't be considered living things because they're dependent on other organisms. But anyways, for what I think alive would mean is, I think it's an organism that is aware of its surroundings and responds to stimuli. That's something that's alive.
Yeah, just so you guys know, there is a scientific argument. A living thing is a self-replicating thing. So going from non-self-replicating to self-replicating, that's the definition of what life is at that level. And then we get into where the arguments start being made is where you have like life, like,
so a virus is living,
like virus. Just wait. When you start looking at virus versus virus versus bacteria. And I'm going to post a really good article about this of how we distinguish how people distinguish life. And there is argument in in the scientific consensus about whether a virus is a living thing or not. But I'll tell you my perspective on this is that if we found something virus-like on another planet, we would probably call that some form of life. When I see how we colloquially use that term.
Yeah, but just to like the current consensus in the scientific world is like a virus is not life.
Right.
It's something that infects cells and then causes, because it's not DNA, it's one strand of RNA that goes in and hijacks. Okay. That's
Yeah, I'll post an article from Scientific American. This one's pretty good on this.
Does a virus qualify to all of the
I'll post it in biology.
But all life gets from something else.
Virus is a gray area.
Viruses
are alive.
So
it's a gray area.
It's so it is kind of a gray area, but I would say the scientific consensus, the majority is on the side of that it's non-living. And again, I posted an article about this in the biology text channel, and I'll post some more things.
I remember about that in like 5th grade science. One of the criteria was that a virus could be frozen all the way down to like almost absolute zero, and then be brought back and then still function.
So here's
nothing else. Nothing alive can do that.
Yeah. So here's the
Could life have began through virus?
No.
Yeah, viruses don't have metabolism either.
The first, the first self-replicating cell, just by the way, is a nucleotide, if anyone wants to look that up. But I just posted Microbiology Society. Rather than us just guessing at this, check out the Microbiology Society article on whether viruses are alive or not. And this article specifically says they are not, and that would be the overwhelming consensus.
Argument.
But there are sections in the scientific community, strong arguments being made of why, and like I said, if we found virus like entity that, say, required rocks or something that it was eating, it was pulling nutrients out of rocks, it's likely we would still say, we found some form of life on this planet. The whole planet's covered in this virus.
Travis, can I say that life is a symbiosis of cells that end up collaborating together in a mutual,
in self-replication,
beneficial, systematic way? Because some people argue like that's how life came to be, of organisms collaborating and end up becoming.
That's really wrong, because the taxonomy says there is life, domain, phylum, so kingdom, phylum, kingdom, order, genus, and it goes all the way down. So viruses get classified and bacteria get classified in domain as, think.
No, so bacteria does, but not. So virus is outside of that.
No, viruses, yes, or bacteria does, yeah.
It's kingdom.
I heard a mitochondria wasn't part of the human body. It ended up becoming part of it.
You guys, the best,
bacteria and viruses.
So all life it has a self-replicating model written into it. So it's a good way to indicate whether something is life or not. Everything stems from the nucleotide, the first self-replicating cell.
I'd like to comment on
that's where it
hypothetical.
gets gray.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead. Is that Keith?
Yeah, that's Keith.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up, man? Why aren't we talking about? Why can't we speculate on having a moral foundation somewhere around having an overall respect for life? Like,
well, the problem with that, Keith, is we are omnivorous species, that we eat bugs, meat, all kinds of stuff, and that may not
Right.
mean you can't respect it, because it's
Let me
interesting.
comment on that real quick.
Yeah, well,
I feel like
yeah.
eating it can be respecting it.
Yeah, sure.
You're filling a biological role, as opposed to like, I'm a father now. I have a 3-year-old, and when my daughter is just stepping on ants just for the sake of stepping on ants, I have an inclination to say, hey, don't step on those ants. If she steps on one on accident or one bites her and she kills it, oh man, you killed it, but it's okay, But like, for the sake of stepping on ants, or even not even ants, just flowers. Flowers are beautiful. It's a beautiful form of life that we can observe. Don't just go and pick the flowers just to tear them up over and over and over again. Like, we have an inclination to have this overall respect for life.
So what about society imposing on a woman, telling her what to do?
What's that?
What about society and a man imposing on a woman, telling her what to do?
Yeah, I mean, legally, in that hypothetical, legally she should be allowed to, but I would want to have a conversation with Pangburn and ask her, do you go around and just pick flowers for the sake of picking flowers? Like, do you recognize that if everyone got an abortion, you wouldn't even be alive? Do you place value in your own life?
Yeah, so I'll give you her response.
She never wanted a
because
kid.
I'm going to be Pangburn, and she'll
She
say, if we were in a different reality and we needed me to be or to be replicating, to be getting pregnant and bearing children, then I would be fine with that. But that's not the reality we live in. But I would adjust in that situation for the sake of, mankind. But that doesn't change how I feel at all about getting my 11th abortion.
So only if society facilitates a need for it would she add value to it. So that's a weird hypothetical. Can't she just find beauty in life and
She
realize
does.
that her actions?
Pangburn.
Okay.
I'm Pangburn right here. I find everything about life beautiful. It's all beautiful.
Everything.
Hang on a minute. Why are you
and including my abortion.
You said.
Descriptives. You can use analogies to bring someone there, because there are a lot of things that are analogous.
So let's.
Pangburn, let's talk about all these things that you find valuable about
Keith,
life, and can't you see how this behavior is morally inconsistent with?
No,
she values herself.
So Keith, I'll be Pangburn for a moment here.
Go ahead, Sang.
Do you think me getting all these abortions is immoral?
So I would call it like a soft immoral.
And why?
We've been well, because I categorize different moralities. Like, there's moralities that I feel the need to impose on other people. You witness a murder, you try to prevent it. But,
sure.
We had a conversation on this channel where we were talking about hitting your kids. And I've thought a lot about that. I don't want to hit my kid, but I have friends that punish their kids with hitting, and I don't like that. But I'm not in a position to jump in and, impose my moral foundation onto them.
Okay.
But, I would softly.
But that's a different moral dilemma.
Is it a dilemma?
Well, that one's a different moral dilemma. This one's very specific. What we're talking about here,
okay.
I want to continue.
This one falls into that.
I want to continue.
I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I want to keep trying to draw analogies between your, this respect for life that you say you have, and see how your actions are, falling short of that.
Right. So
try to draw that analogy.
So, and I'll say, as a woman, me as Pangburn, just because I have this system of being able to bear children, I have a way where I don't have to, and I choose that I don't want to. And if I happen to get pregnant, then I'll go get an abortion, like I have had 10 times. And I don't see any problem with that based on my moral foundation. And I'm happy to pay for it and all that.
Okay. analogies. When you see ants, do you just step on them just for the sake of stepping on them?
No,
Do you,
I
do
don't
you
see it
derive
I don't see
pleasure?
it relatable at all. Ants are, they're living creatures, and I don't view I don't view the fertilized egg within me as a living creature.
You
So
said
that's
earlier.
interesting.
But you
Oh,
want to
go
step on
ahead.
the ant. You didn't want to have a kid.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to have a kid.
I may eradicate a whole ant's nest if it's close enough to my home.
How can you justify hunting large animals if you think it's wrong to step on ants?
No, I didn't say I think it's wrong. I just said I don't do it
Why do you hunt animals but
because I
not
like
step
the taste of the meat.
on? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that checks out. I personally, I have a bigger problem with stepping on ants than hunting large animals. Personally.
So now I still haven't been convinced, and this is Sangburn. This is Sangburn.
Sangburn.
But but I haven't. I don't see as to why it's immoral for me to continue to do this.
Well, see, yeah, I don't know if everyone agrees with me on this, but I do draw analogies with like different stages of human life. This is what I've thought about with this abortion debate, is like people want to draw this hard line to where it's like not life, then it is life. And like it's interesting when the brain waves of consciousness like enter, but even when that happens in the stage of development, they're not like equal. That consciousness is not equal to my consciousness.
Yes, guess what? I've figured this all out, Keith. At that point,
Okay.
when the nervous system begins to be able to deliver pain neuron signals, they separate it into their own being, but they're still a fetus. They are not a human being. They're still a fetus, but they're in partnership with the person holding them. Imagine they become a puppy at that point, or a puppy fetus, because in my moral foundation, I see how the world uses different moral contracts with different animals. We're all fine and dandy setting a mousetrap and killing mice that are fucking up our home. But the little rabbit that's just, eating grass out on the lawn, and someone comes around and steps on its head and brings it to the boiler, people might call the police.
Yeah, we create a hierarchy,
right?
Of,
so it's
like value of life.
Yeah, and the way I put this into practice in my moral foundation, I say that we have these individual, unique moral contracts with different creatures on this planet, and sometimes we're willing to breach them, even the ones we love. And here's one: if I am in China at a certain restaurant and they're serving seared dog, I will try it.
Me too.
But if I'm going to someone's house here in Canada and they're serving seared dog, I'm not going to, because the law of the land is different. And your moral foundation has to consider the law of the land.
I would in Canada if they were from China and I didn't get in trouble for it.
Say that again, Bruno. What were you saying?
It won't be consistent then if it follows the law of the land.
No, I didn't say follow. I said consider the law of the land.
Yeah, if it considers, because then it would follow.
No.
Is it illegal in Canada?
You can. So Bruno, here's another example. In certain areas of Saudi Arabia, you can kill homosexuals. So you would consider the law of the land, in that if you were a homosexual traveling there, you should probably not be walking around in your favorite pink booty shorts.
That's kind of different actually, because
no, I'm just talking about considering the law of the land.
Yeah, no, because you said something about
because you're maximizing well-being for yourself and those around you. If you're doing something against the law, and laws are enforced, you're potentially harming your well-being.
No, because you said something earlier about.
Yeah, what was that?
You said something earlier about you said if you go to China, you would eat dogs, right? And that's cool.
I would try dog.
You would try dogs. Sorry.
If it was being served.
There's actually a tribe in Nigeria who eat dogs as well. So if you go to China, you would try dogs, but if you are in Canada, you won't. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't in Canada. I think Canada has laws against eating dog. Canadian.
What if it was like a Chinese community in Canada and you were so deep in the middle of the community that no one would know, and it was culturally accepted in that general vicinity?
Yeah. So if it was legal, if it's legal, I'll do it.
Well, I mean, why? How is just following the law?
Because it's a moral thing. Because it's a moral thing to do. Yeah.
Oh, I've got a question regarding the dog thing.
Yeah.
If you because in China they've got a festival where before they eat the dogs, they actually beat them until they die from.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Would you try out being involved in that festival and get involved in the beatings?
No.
Why not?
Because my moral contract with dogs states that I will not allow them to be tortured.
So
I wonder how the dog feels about that.
Allows for eating them, just not beating them.
Yes, just like cows. Under that circumstance where it would be legal, I will fight with anyone who's fighting against torturing cows. But I'm still eating cows.
I ultimately think that with the morality of other organisms, the true indicator is just pain. The presence of pain. When you get rid of the presence of pain, you would find that most people don't really have a problem with things, because like what you've just said, Travis, when presented with the presence of pain, you said you won't participate.
No, it wasn't pain. I didn't say pain. I said,
you said torture.
Torture.
Yeah, that's pain, right? There's a presence of pain.
Yeah, well, torture.
Not the end all be all.
Yeah, torture can also be locking something in, like putting something in, like psychologically tormenting situations that we wouldn't be able to measure.
Yeah, but in this
like
case,
a pain type way.
Yeah, but in this case, we're talking about beating, right? So it's a physical thing, and in this case of morality with eating other organisms, there would have to be some physical pain to get it to that point of death.
Even if it wasn't causing the dog pain, and I saw it being beaten, because you can have disorders where you eat. So pain isn't the fundamental thing. The fundamental thing is the action. But let's not get away from
senseless.
This, guys.
No, it's not.
I think
senseless.
It's pain. I think so, but we can get
let's not get away from this hypothetical, because not everyone's had a shot at this. Does anyone else have anything to talk to Pangburn about? I don't know why we need a better name than that.
Daniela.
Yeah, I want to take a crack at it again, but I know that not everybody has had a chance. So
yeah,
no, I agree with Pangburn.
I do have to. Sorry, guys, I have to step off for a minute. But if people want it, we're still live on the air. But feel free to take a crack. Scott, are you able to take over moderating for a bit?
Yeah, I can do that. Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool.
all right, so I'll try this again. What stopped me dead in my tracks in the first attempt at discussing with Pangburn is that the alternative to the abortion, which is what we have a problem with, is contraception, not a life in that situation, in that hypothetical. So given that option, there may not be a way to say that the abortion, as opposed to an earlier type contraception, is immoral. But my question is surrounding if Pangburn really wants to, do simply do what's best for improving how she who she is. So whether it's some form of like adhering to a moral code, or trying not to sin, if we're going to bring religion into it, or improving as an individual, if we look at it through that aspect, the kind of self-indulgence that you have to that you surrender yourself to by having 10 abortions is not, I don't think, is can conduct to anything positive, really. So if Travis has been comparing it to the type of hockey rink that is being used, or the, whether playing hockey on skates or rollerblades, I don't think that's an equivalent comparison. It's more along the lines of indulging in a pleasure to a point that it becomes excessive. And I know that it's very subjective, like who defines what excessive is, but not really. It's not. It's not. It's not impossible to say that too much alcohol is too much, and there is harm that can come from both, excessive abortion as well as excessive alcohol. So it's more like I think we can compare it to a vice more than just the hockey rink.
Are you saying that the vice is her having an abundance of unprotected sex?
Both. So abundance of unprotected sex and abundance of unnecessary, not unnecessary, but abundance of intrusive medical procedure as a result. Because we can no longer argue the fact that we're impeding on the life, given that the option isn't abortion or birth, it's abortion or contraceptive.
So you should have a certain amount of abortions.
No, I don't want to go there either. I don't want to start limiting, but I guess the
You're
value.
kind of going there though, like
No,
a person
value,
doing it 50 times.
the value of moderation, I think, comes into play, and it can't be a claim of morality, though. I think it's a claim of, the closest I can come to it is sin. Like you overindulge in something to a point that it's detrimental to your approach to other
I think you're bringing a
other
good argument.
indulgences. Other indulgences is what I'm saying.
I think it's a good argument, like a woman doing it a lot of times.
So would you
overindulge in going to the hockey club?
Would you
Well,
place
that's the
that
thing, I
same
don't
judgment
think.
on like a married couple that can't get pregnant and they have unprotected sex every night, and maybe she's having it more than Pangburn? Would you say, oh, you're overindulging?
I mean, yeah, I would, because the issue isn't the relationship between the partners who are indulging, it's the indulgence itself. And again, that's not a morality issue. It's simply, how to best approach, a balanced life, so to speak.
How do you rate that though?
And that's not, sorry?
How do you rate that, the overindulgence?
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really. It's just that's why we can't. That's why I can't
That's
figure
why
out how
I
to
asked, do
approach
you
this.
do if you do it a lot? Should that count?
No, so here's the distinction. I'm not saying I cannot say I can't figure out a way to say that it's immoral, but in terms of overindulgence and vice and sin, yeah, I see that as a problem, and yes, also as a problem in a married couple. Like if I have I don't know.
I get your argument.
A
It's
friend.
you versus society. Society's like, well, no, and then it's kind of like, well, what if she's a hoe bag and she does it like 20 times?
No, it's not even. I don't know if it's about going as far as claiming she's a hoe bag, but
I'm getting where you're
when
coming from
someone,
with the
I think
struggle. Is all
yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah.
I kind of get where you're coming from between society imposing and not posing on a woman. But then again, she's a slut and she just does it a lot.
Here, the approach. The approach.
I would probably say like a married couple that's having sex every night. That's probably a really healthy relationship. So that's pretty. I don't necessarily would think you could say that's overindulgence. It's probably that's probably healthy.
There's a lot of
As
no,
opposed to
no.
situations.
I
the
think
married
what
No,
couple
man,
Roj
the
is
that has
saying.
abortion, the
sex.
amount of abortions, it's not the indulgence, it's the amount of abortions you have.
Well, I brought that up just to try to
I think
separate because she
Oh,
coupled together the pleasure and the abortions as if they're, two of the same thing of overindulging in pleasure. But if she's not taking any pleasure out of getting the abortions, she just doesn't think it matters.
no.
And, I'm
I
trying to
think where
segregate.
Roj is trying to reach is yes. I think where Roj is trying to reach is I think she's saying that if if that woman is not controlled and is not you know if that abortion is not made immoral, then it will lead to some other form of immorality. So the morality will scale up. So I think she's reaching there. I think she's saying, trying to say that it's immoral because if one it's immoral because it will scale up to greater form of immorality.
What about the
So
woman's life?
Here.
What
Wait.
about society?
Let me clarify. Let me clarify that. Thanks for yeah. That helps. That helps. Put it in perspective. But the I don't think I cannot claim that it is immoral. I can't. There's just no pathway to it, at least not that I can find yet, because of the fact that the alternative to the abortion is contraception, not
I can
life,
help you
not
understand
birth.
why it's immoral.
Ain't society
But
imposing on her immoral?
If you
no,
had an abortion, would you feel guilty?
sorry, if what?
If you had an abortion, would you feel guilty?
I think so.
Depends.
I think so.
There you go. So that means you acknowledge that there is something because it is causing harm to a living thing
Not
to some
not
degree.
You
not
are
when the
accepting that it's
alternative.
immoral.
Okay, but not okay. Let's say if you have to choose between,
What if the guy's
abortion
intent was to get her pregnant?
hold on, let me finish. If you have to choose between abortion at 5-week term versus Plan B, what really is the difference?
What's Plan B?
It's the day after pill that can destroy a fertilized.
Okay, right, yeah. So I imagine you would feel less guilty taking the morning after pill than you would having an abortion at 5 weeks, wouldn't
Right,
you?
It
And that's
scales.
because the longer you wait, the more alive this thing becomes.
Yeah, for sure it scales.
Yeah.
But still doesn't this doesn't prove that it's immoral. All it says is that Pangburn is okay with waiting until a few weeks down the line to cease the the potential fetus,
Or you
as
can't
opposed
prove it's
to
immoral for Sangburn because morality
Can
is
you give
subjective.
not that
Deliberately
it's
having a kid and then deciding to kill just for the sake of killing it, I would say is immoral. But that's not what the woman's intent was.
no. So her intent is to avoid all form of contraceptive. That's the intent, because it doesn't matter the reason. She doesn't like it, whatever.
No, she didn't want to get pregnant.
No, she doesn't.
But
the thing,
if she did it deliberately just to get pregnant, to get off on killing, a late kid in her because there's something twisted in her, yeah, that's immoral.
But wait, I wanna get back to what Ape was saying about how my issue is that it could potentially lead to greater lapses in restraint, I guess, or in
Morality, I think he said.
no, yeah, but again, I can't claim morality. But here's what I'm saying.
no, first
If we
explain what what do you consider immoral? What is your definition of immoral? And can you give some examples of what you
I
you
just gave one, man.
Sure. So what I think is my most accurate approach to morality has to do with impeding practicing liberty until it impedes on another, and that's the line not to cross. And those involved in this, of course, are individuals. And at the beginning of this conversation several hours ago, I also believed that it included unborn fetuses, and I still believe that they have, I think, equal rights under that view. But
You don't
and
think society
you're asking,
imposing on it is
how
immoral?
exactly do you differentiate between sin and morality? What is
so
your
yeah. So okay, yeah, that's a good question. So morality would have to do with impeding on liberty of another, and sin is how to best conduct yourself in the world in a way that um, that uh, in a way that it continually improves yourself and your surroundings. So that's how I see sin, and that's how I differentiate it from morality. And we cannot, and the difference being that we can't base, legislation on what is or isn't a sin, because that's personal choice. But you can base it on morality, because that's, uh, simply weighing, uh, weighing liberties, I guess, of weighing the liberties of individuals, and drawing the line where one ends and the other starts. So that's how I distinguish them. And in Sangburn's case, what she's doing is absolutely, self-indulgent and sinful, but I can't figure out a way to make it immoral.
That's kind of sounds like
you're
my
defining morality in terms of liberty, but if you define morality in terms of sense of right or wrong, so your definition of sin is that your personal sense of what is right and what is wrong. And
No.
if we take
Sin isn't necessarily about right or wrong. It's uh, walking the right path, or walking the best path. And wait, who? KCON? What were you trying to say?
I was just saying that your definition of sin is kind of somewhat synonymous to what I was trying to talk about with sort of a soft morality, to where it's like my own personal path that I choose for myself, but it's not so strong that I would feel the need to always impose it onto other people.
Right. But it still can be argued that there is a preferable way to behave over others, and that can be dictated by what is a sin. And we don't even have to use the word sin. It could be just you're right. Soft morality. It's like one step lower than morality. Sorry, Ape. You can keep going. I just wanted to make sure I heard what Keith had to say.
Thank you.
So I think you are your difference between sin and morality is not that distinct. It's mixing into each other, in my opinion. Like uh, some people will call your sin but their basic idea of their morality. Some people will even consider your sin little different from morality. But I think what you're calling sin is essentially, uh, in my view, it's essentially morality. Whether you call it soft morality, or if we define morality in a very simple way, that sense of right or wrong. So when you're saying it's your personal path to, like you have a very what we call what we can say that very personal definition of these two terms, but uh, you are essentially saying that it's immoral to, you're basically making a moral claim here, yeah, in my view.
Yeah, I definitely am, and I'm not trying to define what morality is, but what I'm trying to define how I see my moral system to, play out. So yeah, I'm not trying to define the word itself, just the belief system that, that I think I ascribe to as closely as possible. But that's my distinction. So I'm so Keith said that this resembles, so this idea of sin or whatever resembles soft morality, but I'm curious to know is, oh no, Zombie's not here
If
anymore.
we place this definition in your initial argument about why abortion, doing abortion is